Hello guys, welcome back to coverage of the Spade Poker Tour main event. So we're going to be giving you day 2 coverage and we're going to be playing down to a final table today. 21,000 euros awaits the winner of this event and the first of its kind in the Banco Casino, right by Spade Poker TV. So here we go, here's the final table. Some of you might recognize in seat 7 Santa Claus, also known as Joachim Olin. I'm gonna forget his surname, but he was, there you go, second in chips there with 894k. Also won the high roller event earlier in the week for about 8,000 euros. I played him in the heads up and he was a pretty fearsome opponent, you know, not scared to pull some moves, and that's definitely going to be quite beneficial for him going forward. Being fearless and, you know, taking spots and not being afraid to put the chips in is the kind of style of play that you see quite frequently from players going deep in these events. You don't just want to sit around waiting for the premiums, you've got to get in the mix. You've got Rusu there from Romania, it looks like, in 71 big blinds, 1.1 million. 4 Slovakians, Ondřej Kapsiak, Fabian Matuš, and the Greek player at the bottom, heading up the list with 23 big blinds, Kokotsakis. So interesting to see what sort of play styles we're going to be gifted for today. And let me know if you are watching in the chat. I've got the live chat open. It would be good to have as many of you in there as possible. Let me know if you are enjoying the coverage or if you've got any questions, anything at all. Feel free to fire it over to me.
Yeah, it's not pleasant if you stay like 12 hours with the mask.
EPT was funny because the tournament was mask, the cash game room, no mask. What?
It's not in the same room?
Yeah. No, not in the same. Different room.
Okay.
I think it was more than 500 people in one mask. So that's why it was crazy.
But I saw the stream on TV one day, the mask.
Going to get started as soon as we can.
Yeah, because
That's a player I recognise, Ondřej. Played some cash games with him. Pretty solid player. Seems to know what he's doing. So probably going to see some decent standard from him. Not familiar with this player, but we'll get some information for all of you guys from Hendon Mob on each of these players, see exactly who we're dealing with. I recognise this player in seat 3. He cashed the high roller. I think he came 4th. Yeah, decent player again, quite solid. Doesn't do anything like spectacular, just kind of sits in there, plays decent hands, and very chatty and amicable presence at the table. He was someone that I enjoyed having on the table, nice energy, very friendly, and yeah, seemed to be doing, seemed to play pretty well. Played with this guy in day 1. Yeah, it seems like he knows what's going on. Matus, 550k, so he'll be right around 35 big blinds. Should have a decent shot at it. Down to about 35 players at the moment, so it's getting towards the business end. Just in total 558 entries, so a decent turnout, surpassing the guarantee of 100,000 euros for that 199 buy-in. There you have Olin there, Joachim. Always got a beer in hand, fun and friendly sort of presence, bad Santa as you could say, and Kokotsakis in the seat 8 there on the short stack. So let's get the cards in the air and see what we have in store for the next couple of hours. Marcel on the dealing, snap fold there under the gun, just waiting for the cards to catch up here. King Queen in the hijack, going to be a very easy, very nice playable hand. So expecting to see an open here. Annie Julia Barlages making it 35k on the 15k big blind. Nothing playable for everyone so far. Over to Kokotsakis in the big blind, who has, looks like just over 20 big blinds with the pocket queens. And yeah, all in is kind of a standard play. You could go for a 3-bet, quite small, to maybe, you know, about 100k or something, but then you do face the risk of maybe seeing a king or an ace high board, which can be troublesome for you post flop. But Yeah, shoving does tend to be kind of the standard. Let's see what he's going for here. Looks like he's reaching out for a pretty small raise. Or is he just going to shove all in? That looks like 100 and... So 105? 135, okay, so just kind of committing most of his stack. Rusu here, pretty tight player. I think he's probably just going to let this one go. When you do face a 3-bet from the big blind specifically, it's a spot where, you know, people don't really bluff that much because, you know, they're quite just incentivized to take a flop. So the 3-betting is strong, especially off of a short stack here. He does peel, which is quite surprising. Quite a big 3-bet, 4x his open raise. And, you know, you're going to a stack to pot ratio of 0.6, 0.7, where you're really just hoping to flop a piece, basically, and you can be very dominated by, you know, hands like ace, king, kings, queens, aces, and I don't think you're going to see too many bluffs in this spot, especially first hand of the feature table. That adds kind of a little element of I don't think that people are just going to come firing out of the gate quite a lot of the time. It's sort of the situation where you just want to get quite cozy and, you know, see what everyone else is doing. For players at the sort of €200 buy-in level, it might be the first feature table they've played, which does add a lot of pressure onto you. So I think taking all that into account, we're not going to see too many wild bluffs. I would take a guess at over the next sort of half an hour or so, as the players kind of adapt to their surroundings and just get used to playing under the lights, under the cameras. Everyone watching at home does add an element of, well, just a sort of unfamiliar territory. Takes that one down with the c-bet, just being left with king high. Even, you know, this is the problem with peeling. He's flopped 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw there, and he still can't really call because of how much Kokotsukas had committed of his stack pre-flop. So I think with the king-queen there, you want to go one of two ways. You can make sort of what is a fairly tight fold, or you can shove all in, but then shoving all in doesn't really achieve much because the player has clearly stated that he's just not folding his hand at that point, and it is a extremely under-bluffed situation to be 3-betting the big blind off of a short stack, non-all-in, sub 25 big blinds. Just not going to see many players creative enough to find a bluff in that spot. Even at the, you know, the higher stakes, it's very difficult to know what to bluff in that situation. Most of the hands that you could bluff are just going to call and see a flop, you know. I guess the ones that spring to mind would be a hand like ace-deuce, ace-3 offsuit. You know, you could use a king-6 offsuit. Hand with like limited playability that could get hands that dominate you to fold. So Fabian here opening it up to 80k. And Andres just flatting the queens in the big blind. Extremely tricky here. Going to around a 2.5 stack to pot ratio. Sorry, 3 stack to pot ratio. And this is a play, I guess he's just trying to see kind of a safe flop and try and go for a check raise here. Obviously, you're just not folding your hand. Wow, he just calls again. With the queen of clubs, so at least he's got some backup. Not so worried about the flush draws there. The jack is a card that I think both of the players will be slightly scared by, and the 8 of clubs completing the front door flush. Going to be a card that favors Andres here. He's going to have some of the flush draws, 7-5. His opponent's just not really going to be opening 7-5 from the cutoff, you would imagine. Just kind of firing a hopeful bet out there on the flop with the king 10. Didn't get the job done. Andres picking up a premium hand, playing it slow. kind of what I said about this live stream there. He, you know, maybe he's even a little bit hesitant to get the queens in pre. Just in case he busts out early. Rusu with the Phil Hellmuth, the Queen 4 off, which has been making the shockwaves across the poker scene recently after that hilarious hand where Phil Hellmuth 3-bet calls Queen 4 offsuit versus Alex Foxen in one of the high rollers in Vegas. Which is always quite ironic from a guy that likes to berate people for playing poorly or, you know, non-standard hands, seeing that. So Kokotsikis here with the Ace-Jack, sitting at about 30 big blinds versus under the gun +1. You don't really want to be shoving here. 3-bet folding is an option. Calling is, I would say, kind of the standard play in these kind of fields. You know, you can just float pre, see one in position. Maybe you'd want a 3-bet as a bluff, hands that achieve a little bit more. You know, because Ace-Jack, you're only really hoping to try and, you know, fold out Ace-Queen, and is that likely? Probably not. So does go for the 3-bet, makes it 95k. It's going to work on this occasion as Mateusz has the pocket threes, which is quite a wide open from +1, 8-handed, off of sort of 35 big blinds. Ooh, what's he going for here? No, he does go for the fold. Yeah, discipline lay down once you get yourself into that spot. So, whilst we've got a little lull in the action, let's try and get some information on the players from Hendon Mob. I'll fill you in as we go. Queen Jack, so second playable hand in a row for Mateusz. Gonna likely just see an open to 30. Yeah, 30 seems good. And met by an instant 3-bet from +1, Fabian. Making it 95k. Again, it's just one of those situations where when you're 3-betting under the gun 1 versus under the gun with Ace-Queen here, it's, you know, it's an interesting one because I understand how he doesn't really want to flat and let people in behind and things like that, but at the same time, if he gets shoved on, what's he going to do? He's put just about a quarter of his stack in there pre-flop. But 3-betting does allow this kind of situation to occur where he gets a dominated hand to peel and he plays has a nice situation in position. King 5-2 rainbow, yeah, just going to be a really nice board for Fabian here to come in with the small C-bet and just going to be taking it down. Oh, that's a pretty chunky C-bet there. Betting well over half pot on King 5-2 rainbow. On the sort of board where, you know, your opponent either has King Queen, King Jack, sometimes slow played aces, though not very rare. Oh, yeah, it's folding. So yeah, just bombing the flop there, really praying for the fold. But yeah, it's just one of those boards where I don't think the larger size makes much sense. You know, aces, ace-king, pocket kings are all essentially the nuts. So going for the big bet there, you know, trying with your range, you're kind of scaring off all of those medium pairs or slightly speculative hands that might not continue for that size. I think something around a quarter pot would have been preferable, but he gets the job done. Queen Jack did have a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and that kind of equity is forced out of the pot, which is always decent. Ace-6 under the gun, going to be letting it go, I'd imagine. Ooh, very spicy open. Oh, he limps. 15k in with the ace-6 off, and Olin here looking down at the 210s. Might be thinking, well, I don't see many under the gun limps. I wonder what this guy is up to. But I should be seeing a raise here. Quite a nice sizing, just over 3.5x. It's one of those situations where I'm always a bit skeptical as to what people are kind of limping under the gun, and it's good to see that it's not always aces, because that is something that sort of can cross your mind a little bit. Wow, Andres, who's a very, very conservative player, let's say, just comes in with the snap 3-bet to 150k, and we can't see his cards. I'm going to take a guess that he's going to have ace-king, kings, queens, or aces most of the time here. Very quick, you know, and one thing to think about when you're playing live poker is that when people are taking aggressive actions in situations where their range should be extremely tight, very quickly, you could almost sort of deduce that they're going to be slightly stronger than even their range would play. Because let's say he's got a hand like ace-queen suited here. Is he really just versus an under-the-gun limp, an ISO from under-the-gun 1, looking down in the cutoff and snap, wanting to play for more?
150?
I would say probably not. So let's see what Olin... This is actually a really tough spot with the 210s. I'm guessing he's just going to call and see a flop, but if he's met with some kind of low or middling board, the navigation post-flop out of position is going to be extremely tricky for him. We do see the Queen 7-6 rainbow. It's not a terrible board for the 10s, because you would imagine that the kind of unpaired hands in Andres' range are going to be mostly around ace-king. So the Queen high, not so bad, but it looks like we're facing a bet of, I'd say, 125. Can't quite pick it up. Yeah, 125. Around about a third pot. Still looking extremely strong.
275.
Kind of. Whoa. Is that a raise? He makes it 275 to go. Wow, what's going on here? And Andres does fold. I mean, I'm guessing that Olin is thinking, I just want to, you know, deny ace-king, that overcard equity. He's got a backdoor straight draw if it comes 9-8, but that's a very brave play.
The number.
So, well played from Olin there.
Yeah, I will put it on the table so you can pick it up anytime.
Be careful with the phone, man.
Yeah.
Where it is? There.
Here, on the table.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
As you can see now, regaining the chip lead on the table, 1.2 million. Very tricky player, Olin. Just, I think basically what he's saying to himself is, look, I'm just going to min raise, try and fold out ace king, and if he jams, he's going to have aces, kings, and an ace queen, and so be it. So not a line I'd have taken, but the creativity there is always nice to see. Usually on the stream tables, people are playing on the sort of more passive side, tend to believe their opponents when they find aggression, but that's a great play. Kapiciak, 3-betting the 9s, cut off versus under the gun 1. Again, not sure what the plan is if he gets jammed on, which is something that you've got to consider when you go quite deep into these tournaments. You know, your 3-bet hand selection Are you stacking off with 9s? Is it a bluff from the 3-bet? But it looks like he's picked his opponent quite well. Gets the fold from King Queen, denies the 50-50 kind of flip equity there, and takes it down. Could have had a read on his opponent there. Could just be willing to play for it all with the 9s. We will never know. Queen 9 under the gun. Don't think we're going to be seeing any resistance from Kokotsakas this time. Rusu ace-5 off. Lovely hand to open from the cutoff. Got some, you know, connected wheel playability. You have the ace, which blocks some aggression from your opponents behind. Matthews here has had a pretty rough start to this stream table. You can see a little bit of aggression on his face there, kind of lamenting his luck. He's had a lot of tough spots, you know, low pairs and spots where he's seen some aggression pre. Just kind of getting run around a little bit at the moment, and that is easy to feel like you're getting, you know, owned by your opponents or whatever, but it's simply not the case. He's just had some tricky situations, ran into some strong hands. Not a lot he can do there. All you can do in poker is obviously try and control yourself, your emotions, the quality of your play, what happens in terms of the card distribution, and the runouts is out of your hands. So let's hope that he you know, picks himself back up, gets back into the game.
How did he know?
Because, you know, it's still playing for 21,000 up top. Until you are down to 0 chips, you are not out of it. So you've got to remain positive. You've got to try and keep yourself in there and psych yourself up. These 3-day main events can be grueling. You know, the clocks go quite slow. The structures are decent, and you can't win the tournament on day 1 and day 2, but you can certainly eliminate yourself through poor play. So that's something to consider. So Rusu with the ace-queen here on 9-5-3, no spade. Yeah, just one of those boards where it's kind of a hopeful c-bet, isn't it? You know, you've got no spade, your hand, you know, there are lots of like gut shots and draws here and things like are pretty reasonable kind of check-raising candidates. The board is quite connected. We don't carry a spade. I wouldn't mind just to see a check back with this one, you know, just to navigate to a turn. Just going to see so many continues from the big blind range here. And Kokotsakas does have middle pair on the flop. Not going to like that turn card bringing that backdoor flush draw. Rusu now with the queen of diamonds, you know, going for a very unorthodox double barrel. Yeah, 135. Not really sure what he's trying to represent here. Even an overpair would be a little bit uncomfortable in this kind of situation. But it looks like he's going to get it through. I don't think this is the kind of demeanor from someone that's particularly ready to hero call. Looks like he's kind of given up on his 5 now. But if you're really thinking about it, you know, is he just going to bet pot on a turn where you have 9-7, 7-3 suited, 7-5, 6-8 with an overpair? Seems more likely to be some kind of draw. You know, a hand like that might have picked up equity like Jack 10, diamonds, spades. With the King 5 of clubs there, you know, you've got no interaction with any of those type of hands, so. Easier to say than do though, especially when you're seeing someone bet pot on that board. You must think they've got something half decent, but Rusu there with the double barrel, sizing it up on the turn with just ace high. fair enough. Gets the job done nicely. Matus, Jacks running it into Ace King here. Fabian with the cold call. Hijack cutoff versus hijack. Yeah, don't think you really want to be doing this. You want to just be trying to force money in the pot, maybe get your opponent to fold pairs, you know, like if they're opening pocket fives, pocket sixes, getting that to fold to a 3-bet or getting it to call and then blasting it off post flop. Yeah, I just want to be taking the aggressive action, I think. So it looks like we're going to be going 3 ways to the flop. Seat 1, I think, was Andres. He does have chips as well. So just wait for the graphics to catch up here. Bear with us, guys. Looks like it's been checked to Matus. He bets 55k with the pocket jacks. In a situation where I guess he's just mostly hoping for folds. If he were to see the big blind do anything, it would have already been you know, quite a dicey situation, but he does get it through and takes it down, so nicely done there. So that might have saved him with just peeling the ace-king pre. I guess you never really know what's going to happen, and I think quite a lot of these players we've seen, you know, take that passive route, just want to see what the flop is, you know, are they going to flop something? I think ace-king is a hand that is, you know, often misplayed in live poker. But its power comes from just dominating every unpaired hand, so, or, you know, having the best equity versus any unpaired hand. So usually in that situation, best to play it aggressively and you know, force your opponents to make the decision instead of trying to flop an ace or a king. You know, letting multiple people come into the pot behind, facing those multi-way spots where even one pair isn't going to be so strong. Andres in the small blind. Not seeing his cards at the moment. Would love to know what he's up to here, but all of the classic demeanor of someone that's got a strong hand. They're instantly looking away into the sky, you know, just trying to look casual, trying to look like he's not got much. But I think the positions and the 3-bet itself does the talking here. Small blind versus under the gun. Both of them around 30 to 40 big blinds effective. Going to struggle to see too many bluffs here. Sorry, Andres is 30 to 40 big blinds effective. Rusu now in a tough spot already with the ace-queen. Just considering the kind of tendencies of the players you tend to see. Oh, he does shove. Ooh, that is a ballsy move. Let's see if it pays off for him. Back over to Andres now. And he's got a decision. That's interesting. Looked to be fairly strong pre-flop. Now he might be thinking, well, what's going on here? So didn't really have a plan with his 3-bet. It wasn't sure if he's going to 3-bet call. I imagine looks like he's got a kind of hand like jacks or tens. He does fold. And we don't get to see his cards for the second time after taking an aggressive action. So that's interesting. Would have loved to see what he folded there.
You can see it on TV.
It's delay stream. It was delay with stream. With delay is the stream.
Yeah.
You think so?
It has to be with delay.
I'm not sure about that. I have a half an hour.
Why you take our phones?
It's with delay in half an hour, but
It's a real shame because we've seen 2 spots where Andres has taken an aggressive action and not seen what he's been up to there. So would have been nice to know what kind of hand he's 3-betting, thinking for a fairly long time and then folding.
I could not even put a fight to that. Not even a call.
Let's see if any of you guys on YouTube.
So you had a pair. So you had a pair. Queen, queen. Queen. Queen, queen you had? No, you didn't have queen, queen. How can you fold queen, queen in that position? You said you had queen, queen. Queen, queen? Wow. Impressive.
Olin with the king 5 off, just letting it go. Kokotsikis. Don't think we're going to be seeing anything from him this hand. He's had a rough start to the final table as well, just down to about 25 big blinds. Kapiciak on the button, king 6. Yeah, depending on your opponents, you can definitely open this. Has quite good qualities. Matus here, 8-6 of diamonds, got to be seeing a flop for sure. Yeah, and Julia obliges flicking in that 25. Quite an important pot for him all of a sudden. Queen, queen 7. With a heart, no diamond for Matus. Rainbow board. Are we going to see a bet from Kapiciak? I would imagine so. Something around 25 to 30k seems reasonable. And sat back in his chair. How much is he betting here? 60k. Very large size, over half pot. I guess he's thinking maybe I just want to, you know, try and get the guy to fold an ace high, or just take it down right now. And if I bet this size and he does anything, it's he can have it. So very large bet there, just wouldn't say desperation, but just looking to kind of take the pot down and move on. Olin here, king deuce of spades. Julie getting out the way. Ace, 8 deuce. Beg your pardon. Going to be folding as well, I'd imagine. Six four suited. Just is he raising? Didn't see some chips in front of him there. I thought he folded. And Matus here on the 15k big blind. Slightly too many chips, I think, to consider jamming. So you can go for a 3-bet fold, you can go for a peel, you can go for a fold. You know, all of the options are kind of on the table with a hand like ace 8. Fabian there defending the 7-4. And both of them flop a piece. Fabian at the moment out kicking him with the 7. It's going to be tough for that to win at Showdown. Probably going to be a lot of chopping going on here, but let's see how it develops. Again, quite a meaty c-bet from Kapiciak. Half pot there, got the backdoor hearts, so let's see something funky like the 5 could be interesting. Now it's going to be likely to see a chop here. Fabian on the 3, you know, likes that card. It is a bit better for him. He's way more likely to have a 3 than Kapiciak. Already a very tough spot for Kapiciak in the cutoff now. His opponent's going to have some Jack X. Having the 6 blocks hands like 6-5, 6-7 that are sort of your more natural bluffs. So really dicey spot here. Yeah, I don't hate the fold. I think that's quite a well played hand there. He's got very limited equity versus the value range of Fabian. And what does he think that he could be bluffing with? Probably not much. So once you sort of take those factors into account, it's very unlikely that he's going to be doing quite well against the sort of hands that Fabian's going to show up there. Obviously on this occasion he did fold the chop, but how's he to know that? King 4 for Kokotsakis. There you go. Nice discipline lay down. King Queen for Kapiciak. Wants revenge after that last pot. Sat back in his chair, chucking in a raise. Good to see. Rusu no. 7 deuce off, about as bad as it gets for Matush there. Jack 3, no, no, no. Oh. Calls with the Jack 3 off. Wow, okay. As we can see, this Fabian guy likes to beat to the sound of his own drum. Just peeling with Jack 3, not sure what his plan is. Oh, but of course it's to flop 2 pair versus Kapiciak's top pair. And this is a sickener for Kapiciak, who's never going to see this coming. Fabian with that check in flow. Just letting the pre-flop aggressor put some chips in there before surely meeting him with the check raise here. The board is fairly wet. Lots of straight draws, flush draws, things like that. With the bottom 2, that's kind of one of the more vulnerable hands you're going to have on a board like this in terms of strong hands. So you probably want to be raising, but just calling. Checking it over, Kapiciak's got no reason to believe that his King-Queen isn't good. Only really losing to hands like, I don't know, maybe pocket 3s that's kind of slow played the flop, pocket 4s with the heart. Again, kind of a questionable flop peel, so thinking I'd have probably met some resistance from a hand like Jacks, Aces, Kings, Ace, Queen, Queen, Jack, might have raised the flop, you know, might have 3-bet pre, lots of things to consider. And Fabian just continuing to call at a position now. Very interesting. Didn't see that one coming. The deuce of hearts might slow both players down. Kapiciak does have that king of hearts though, which is very relevant. Looks like he's just going to snap check it back, and the Jack 3 powerhouse taking it down. Couple of bemused looks from the other players around the table there. Sort of wondering what the hell's going on here. But you got to be in it to win it, guys. Remember that. Andres, the mystery man, with the cards not working. Oh, they are working now. 9-3. Lovely stuff. Kapiciak with the ace king. Goes for the limp now. Is that a limp or is that the ante? I think that might be the ante. No, yeah, as you'd imagine, opening it up. Maybe just a little bit under pressure now, kind of you can see from the body language, swaying in that chair, looks a little bit rattled by losing that pot, King Queen versus Jack 3 there. Now goes for the 3x open as well, which, you know, does kind of announce to the table that he likes his hand. Often when people 3x in live tournaments, you're going to see hands like this, hands like ace king, 10s, jacks, 9s, you know, hands that they think are decent but also quite vulnerable. And Christ, Fabian is really here to play, isn't he? He overcalls the 9-5 after Matusz is peeling the pocket 5s off of the 30 big blind stack. Olin here with the king 6. Is he getting any funky ideas? I don't think it's the spot. I think if you think about how many better hands you have in this situation to squeeze any suited ace, king 10 suited, king 9 suited, king 6 suited even, if you want to, you know, sort of pull from slightly wider. But it is quite tempting in this situation. You've seen this showdown from Fabian, so you know how wide he is. Matusz likely to be 3-betting his stronger hands pre-flop off of the 30 big blind stack. And, well, Kapiciak could have just about anything, you know. Although, actually, no, I disagree. He's definitely going to have the strongest hand of the lot, but, you know, he's not always going to have a monster. Let's say it like that. However, that 3x size does seem to usually imply strength. So, interesting flop. Kokotzikis here with the combo draw and the gut shot to the royal flush draw. A royal flush with Queen 10 of hearts. Kapiciak top pair. See, only 50% 4 ways. And Fabian, of course, with the 9-5. It is tough to flop anything with that kind of holding. And he hasn't. Kapiciak looks like he's going to be going for just over half pot here, just to try and thin out the field a little bit. And Kokotzikis, I think his only play is to really go all in and hope for some sort of c-bet bluff from his opponent. Maybe a hand like King Queen or King 10 he could get to fold. You don't really want to call, like, brick the turn and then you just, you know, getting forced off of a lot of equity. So I think this peel is you know, a little bit passive. I think once you you know, what do you do now on a hand like this? You've still got 24% equity. You're just going to check fold. Yeah. Wow, he does get the check back though, just allowing his opponent some equity. And 7 of clubs on the river does save Kapiciak there, who sort of made a small mistake, I think. Kokotzikis, you could see that left leg beating very hard. Realizes that he can't win at showdown now. Sort of fiddling around with his chips, thinking, do I bluff here? Is he going to fold? You know, what hands are going to fold here? It's going to be hands like King Queen, King 10 that sort of bluff the flop multi-way. If he does do that 4 ways, he does check. I think I quite like that. Holding 2 hearts, not the best sort of combination to try and bluff with. Maybe if he had a hand like 4-5 of hearts, it would be a little bit better as a bluff. Not interacting with his opponent's range so much. And Ace King here, just absolute Sunday best hand at this stage. Did go for the tricky check back on the turn. Not sure what in aid of. Once his opponent calls, going to be seeing a lot of flush draws. So maybe a small bet on the turn just to try and deny some equity, get called from the draw, get a little bit more value from your hand before the board changes. So Rusu, the table chip leader. You've got Olin there, 1.1 million. Two players that both went well. Olin won the high roller. Rusu came fourth. So both of them having a great series. Kapiciak in there with the 50 big blinds after winning a sizable pot there with Ace King, and Kokotsakis continues to bleed away. Hopefully he's going to be able to find some kind of heater, get himself back in the game here. Rusu, pocket tens, lovely hand to see under the gun one. For sure going to be seeing some kind of open. Matus here, taking a bit of time with the 8-6 suited, kind of short now after flatting those fives, bricking the flop. King 9 from Fabian now folds after flatting 9-5 off and Jack 3 off. You know, where's he drawing the line here? Is it kind of he just follows his feelings, follows his intuition, believes that he can flop Jack 3 on Queen Jack 3? Well, it's certainly working for him, this kind of voodoo magic that he's using. Wow, what a spot here on the button. Pocket kings for Olin. And Rusu, who we all played together on the FT of the high roller, he'll know Olin is capable of bluffs here. And this is a spot that Olin takes quite regularly, actually, sort of squeezing in position, or 3-betting in position. Happened quite frequently across the tournament earlier on in the week. And wow, this is an absolute punt. No, 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 you can't shove there. Oof. You need, if you're going to shove, you need to shove hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, at least something with some equity when called. And yeah, pocket tens here, 1 million, you know, it's a big blind 15k. He's just put in 90 big blinds here with the 2 tens. Does flop himself. Well, he's not dead. There's one benefit of that, but what an absolute blow up here from Rusu with so many big blinds going in with 2 tens. If he gets called, he's absolutely dead. 9 on the turn. Little bit of a scary one there, close and hitting the side door. Olin just needs to fade a 10, and he will be a monster chip leader on this table. So to the river we go. 3 of clubs, and Rusu there with a bit of a blow up, to be honest. Not the play at all. Just got so many big blinds there. Shoving doesn't really achieve much because, you know, if he folds, you're going to win, what, 7 bigs, and if he calls, you're going to there we go. Let's go Sweden. Yeah, he's going to be gutted with himself there. That was a little bit ambitious just to rip it in there. Maybe if you've got like 30, 40, 50 big blinds, it's much more reasonable. But for 90 there, just a little bit not aware of how many chips that is and how much his stack is worth. You need to preserve that, especially large stack versus large stack. Just shoving with 2 tens there, not really achieving an awful lot. So Olin continues his domination of the Spade Poker Festival. Now got a monstrous chip lead in the main event, won the high roller for 8,000. What a week to be Joachim. So Matus with the ace deuce under the gun, yeah, nice fold. Fabian, who's been a bit all over the place, sort of been playing every hand. Now he looks like he wants to fold quite a lot. He folds. Olin now, king 10 of hearts in the cutoff. Yeah, easy open. definitely want to be applying pressure way wider than King 10 suited, so he's going to be in the mix. Jack, I don't think he's going to be doing anything. We're up to the 20k blind level, so 50k starting stack, which means usually when you're when the big blind is, you know, 2.5 blinds from the starting stack, you get an idea that you're going into the business end of the tournament. And there's your man from Sweden, and yeah, he's played very well. I've been impressed with his game. Fearless at the right times, as we saw with the 210s there, in a spot where I'd be petrified by that particular opponent. He's usually very tight, but I guess he did find the ace-king. And Olin, what a heater. Once you've got the chip lead, King 10 suited, Ace King offsuit, next two hands. Hello! Just going to continue to open it up to 45, and you're going to be seeing a lot of aggression from him now. I think he's the type of player that really knows how to assert his dominance on the table, and a lot of players, you see this kind of body language from Kapiciak, for example, just sat back in the seat, you know, waiting for a hand, playing kind of passively, just waiting for something to happen rather than making it happen themselves. Matus here, I like his body language. Sat up, ready to battle, engaged in the table, thinking every decision over. Yeah, he's going to be a little outside pick for me. I fancy if he gets a little decent run of cards, he could be someone to watch out for. So he calls well with the ace-9 suited. We go three ways to a flop of 7-5-2 Rainbow. Kapiciak with the 68% equity advantage at the moment, flopping that middle pair. Got a little bit of backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw equity on the side for dessert. And Olin considering his options now. The board is quite dry. Ace-king is going to be decent here a lot of the time. You can just go for a small size here and try and thin out the field. You do the ace and the king are both extremely live on this board. He goes for 90k. Quite a large size multi-way. Guess he just wants to be kind of pressurizing his opponents, saying, look, I'm going to have all the overpairs here. You guys probably would have heard from you at some point if you did have that kind of hand. And as you can see there, Kapiciak not excited to make that call versus an aggressive opponent who could have lots of good hands in this situation. So 5 outs for Olin, but let's see what he does on a... Oh, the deuce is interesting, because now less hands that Kapiciak could be slow playing with, like pocket deuces. And, you know, versus the 7x, the 5x, is he really going to, you know, cool down? Does go for the snap check back though. I'm not a particular fan of that. If you're going to bet the flop, I think you're going to have to follow through here and just, you know, really pile drive a load of pressure onto your opponent. Does allow Kapiciak to improve to a full house on the river. Going to see a kind of milky size here, about 110k into the 335. Oh, and he shoves all in. There we go. That's why he's checked back the turn. To see this sizing and to think, you know what, buddy, I can still check back aces and kings on that turn. Love it. I was about to say bad Santa for not finding the turn bet, but if this was the plan, then also very reasonable line. Still credible, you know. The deuce on the turn just not really changing much. And obviously really improving your equity if you've got a hand like kings, queens or aces, because now all of a sudden 7x doesn't have those live side cards. It's literally just looking for a 2-outer. So, you know, this is a credible line. And Kapiciak does manage to find the fold, thinking, what the hell have I just walked into there? the steam train from Sweden continuing to mop up the table. Had some time off from fending to the reindeers and coming over to Bratislava to take over the poker scene. Why not, Santa? Why not? Is it going to be a fourth hand in a row now for Olin? No, he lets everyone else have a chance at winning one. 7-handed we are now. We lost one. We got a new player that joined the table as well. We were 6-handed briefly. Kokotzakis, his flag has changed to Polish now. Bit surprised about that. And Diebel in seat 2 now. We've got some slightly incorrect. Okay, seat 4, there we go. Matish in the small blind. Just waiting for those graphics to catch up. He's going to limp in for the 25. Fabian with the ace-jack. Definitely want to be raising here. You're just going to be calling. You could do all sorts. You can shove if you want. 20k, so Matish having like 15 blinds, 16 blinds or so. You can shove, you can 3x like this. I think the 4x is a little bit too big. You just want to make sure that you force hands like Jack 9, Jack 10, Ace 10, Ace 9 to continue. Sometimes people make ridiculously tight folds versus these massive ISO sizes. And he might lose his customer here, which isn't a bad result considering he has King 7, which are 2 live cards to the ace-jack. But I think overall you just want to kind of incentivize your opponent to continue. And if you don't want to do that, then, you know, just shoving is absolutely fine as well. There's 2 big blinds out there. Oh, he goes for the limp jam with the King 7. He's going to be met by the bad news here. No chance we're going to see Fabian folding ace-jack, blind versus blind. But stranger things have happened. He is a rather erratic and tough player to read. Looks uncomfortable. Surely we're not going to see a fold. Blind versus blind. Matthews here going with the limp jam. He's asking for a count.
Oh, it's 20? Yeah.
This would be insane if this works. Respect the heart from Matthias. I just think he's probably thinking this guy is so erratic that I'm just going to take this spot. He can be messing around a little bit. The size doesn't really make any sense, right? If you had a strong hand, why would you go so big? It just looks like he's kind of trying to force him out of the pot. So he's, you know, responded with the jam, and it's a pretty good jam if the guy's considering folding ace-jack. That's for sure. You just have to call here. Blind versus blind. Your opponent can easily do this with hands like ace 10, ace 9, king jack. Sometimes hands like jack 10 suited. Oh my god, he's folding ace jack. Wow. That is yeah, extremely tight. Interesting, this player Fabian, you know, he did cover him. He's playing all sorts of weird hands, usually quite passively. He takes the aggression with ace-jack, a monster hand, blind v blind, and then folds to the shove for less than 15 big blinds. Very peculiar. Sorry, less than 20 big blinds. Was not expecting to see that. And what a pickup there from the King 7. So a new player from Germany, Kiebel. Matus here with the 5-4 off. Again, like I said a while ago, you can see he's got a decent energy. He's really thinking things over. Very aggressive move that did work out for him. Might have been for a read. Obviously, both of the players Slovakian. They may have played each other in some other tournaments, and he felt that that was the best play to go with. So Olin flopping the goods once again. Been running quite nicely. Fabian now is kind of like reverted back into his shell a little bit. Little blunder with the ace-jack the hand before. Now he's limp calling the king-jack off versus the chip leader. I think you just want to be limping and shoving it in there. Calling obviously is not too bad. It plays fairly well. It's going to find the bluff here though, and I think this one will work. Lots of hands he can have here for value. Lots of spades in his range once he check calls the flop. Olin, I think, is just going to let this one go. It seems like he's never going to have the best hand here, but Fabian
Nice one.
bluffing him, showing the goods by the looks of it, and a nice little friendly kind of banter going on the table. That's always nice to see, because you know these players are playing for a lot of money. 21,000 euros up top. It could be easy to let this situation affect you too much, but remember that you are here mostly to have fun. So it's always good to see a bit of camaraderie and some nice energy flowing around there.
Well played. You have a nice, I have king eight. You have a nice hand. I have a lucky flop.
Keyboard pocket 8, 720k. Pops it up. 40k to go. Yeah, using that min raise. Looks like he's going to be quite a strong player, I imagine, just from the flag. German players tend to be, you know, fairly hard working. Lots of strong players there, which means that in the poker ecosystem, you'll find in Germany a lot of the strong players and the, you know, the types of qualities that you need to be a good player. They kind of trickle down the food chain, I would say. Slovakia a little less so.
Germany.
Not really many like top tournament players that are kind of crushing the world scene here. So the standard of play is a little bit weaker than you'll find elsewhere in Europe. But then again, another great reason to come to this casino, as a lot of people are doing now, traveling from countries around to play these fantastic events that are running here at the Banco Casino in Bratislava. Plenty more to come as well over the next months or so. The Polish poker going on in Košice next week. Also having the Banco Masters with the juiced up guarantee, 250,000 this time, usually 100 to 125. And Olin here just continuing to pick up strong hands. Pocket kings now and small blind. And Keeble's going to be looking over and thinking, who's this guy with all the chips, you know, coming in for the 3-bet? Not a spot that you're going to see too many bluffs, I would imagine. Small blind versus +1. But it's always a bit of a leveler when you're in a spot like this as Keeble, because you're thinking, well, he's the chip leader, surely he's going to be kind of like pushing his weight on me somewhat. Does elect to just peel in position. I think that's a fine play as well. See a flop. Awkward one here. Queen 9-3. It could very well connect with some of Olin's hands, and it could not. You know, hands like Ace King, Ace 10, Ace Jack, completely bricked. King Jack suited might have a gut shot. So pocket 8's doing okay versus a load of those. Olin's, let's see the sizing he's gone for. He's gone for a third pot. Pocket 8's here. Yeah, you can peel one or just fold. I think folding is okay as well.
You don't mind? Okay.
Now the pocket kings shift over to Keeble, making the discipline lay down with the 8s there on the Queen 9-4 or Queen 9x. Rewarded under the gun with the monster. Let's see if anyone's got anything to play back with. Doesn't look like it so far. Ace Deuce jumping in the muck. Our friend Fabian here, who likes to play some pots early on and then made a couple of weird plays. Kind of been the wild card of the table so far. He peels with the 9s, fair enough. Can't say fairer than that. Kokotsakis is getting quite short now. Less than 10 big blinds. Just waiting for a spot. Ace 4 versus under the gun. Probably not. And Andrus with the Jack 5. Gonna let it go. So heads up to the flop. Keeble versus Fabian. Kings versus 9s. Let's see what the flop brings. And Keeble here. Is a board that I think you're going to do quite a lot of checking on out of position. Whether he elects to do that or not remains to be seen. I think betting is also fine. Fabian raising the pocket 9s, a kind of similar play that we saw from Olin. Saying, I've got Queen Jack, I've got pocket 4s, I've got even pocket Jacks that didn't 3-bet sometimes. He's going to have some combo draws. This kind of hand selection's a bit strange. Doesn't really make too much sense. I guess he's just trying to get a hand like Ace King or Ace 10 to fold, maybe, put it under pressure. Does go for the 3-bet jam, which is fair enough, I think, on a board where he doesn't have the king of clubs, unblocking a lot of draws, wants to put some pressure on hands like maybe ace queen that could take this line, and Fabian does elect to fold with the kind of unorthodox raise there. Just something that you don't really see that often in poker these days, kind of the information raise, you know, like he's put a bet in there, I wonder what he's up to, so I'm just going to raise and see what he does. King Queen suited for Kotowicz. Kotowicz. Let's go with Kotowicz. Yeah, opening it up. Matus here. Like the look of this guy. I think he's playing some nice poker so far. Going to be all in here for sure. Just no other option. Can't be flatting the 10s here. We've only got 22 big blinds. You know, if our opponent's got a better hand, then so be it. Yeah, nice play. Strong play. Great thing about shoving as well, you get hands like this to fold. Looks really strong. People are going to fold hands like ace-jack behind that might have peeled, and then you've got some kind of variance there, seeing flops. So yeah, just a smart play here. You get hands like this, just kind of have to fold. Ace-queen in a tough spot, probably calls, but like ace-jack, king-jack suited, king-queen suited, queen-jack suited, ace-jack suited. All of these kind of hands that have really good equity against your hand are forced to fold. And you're just going to be picking up, you know, around about 5-6 big blinds most of the time, which is great for your stack of 22. You know, a nice little 25 to 33% pickup. Does get the fold in the end. Katowicz just having a little think. I mean, it's really tough to have to fold king-queen suited. Such a pretty hand, so much playability, but facing an under the gun 2-3 bet jam for over 20 big blinds, you know that you're going to be dominated by lots of ace-king, lots of ace-queen, even queens, kings, tens, jacks, that kind of range of hands. Is met with the ace-queen, 1 pip better, next hand to play. And Matu's here with the ace-7 off, he's going to be out of there, no point doing anything here. Oh, no, good boy, Jesus, that was, what was he thinking of? Peeling? Fabian again with kind of a tricky-ish spot. Having these like medium pairs versus EP. Never easy when you're not super deep. Queen high board. Katowicz just betting up to 75k, half pot, trying to thin the field out a little bit, get it heads up maybe. I target some of the worst pairs, like Fabian's here, gets a call from that, drawing really thin, just looking to fade an 8, does. 9 is a pretty safe card, but you know, some hands can improve with more equity, like King Queen of Diamonds, Queen 10 of Diamonds, Queen Jack of Diamonds. Goes for the check, love it. Going to force his opponent to bet, and I think we're just going to be going for the check jam, surely, versus this kind of sizing. You can think that you'd be unlucky to not have the best hand here. Oh. You're not going to see your opponent bet this kind of size with the set, 4s or 5s, pocket 9s. There's 2 flush draws out there, so many dodgy cards for both players that this kind of sizing kind of looks like what it is, you know, just looking for some protection. Should be seeing an all-in here. Does commit himself. Nice play, makes it 300k. Matus here with the 2 queens under the gun. Back in the thick of it. Unfortunately for him, just taking it down there, no one biting, no one fancying to enter the pot with him. Ooh, quite a tight fold there from Olin as the table chip leader. Might have thought that he would have wanted to, you know, impose himself on the table, but just deciding there are a couple of short stacks behind. Could get jammed on. King 3 suited here from Keeble. I like this open. In these kind of fields, people don't really play back at you that much. Lots of these kind of steals do work. 10-4 suited for Matus there. Definitely going to be calling. You would hope. Fix and appeal. And backdoors galore for Matus, and Keeble flopping a pair. I think it's the sort of board that is very connected, right? Like the 8 and the 7, just loads of straight draws, loads of pairs, stuff like that. So I think checking is the play here. I like the decision to check back. The 5 is great for Matus in the big blind here. Lots of hands that he can represent here. 5-7, 5-8. 6-9, 6-4, 5-3, 3-3, 5-5. Take your pick, really. He bets 55, about half pot. Seems pretty reasonable. I think you can also go for like a very large size, like 1.2x pot as well, which may have been preferable for me. Keeble is going to peel one off and just loves to see that rivered king, only now losing to a straight really, or potentially set of 5s. So Matus now, the king, you know, it's kind of a little bit of a brick. I don't think that Keeble's going to peel like ace king much on the turn here. Probably just overfolds that kind of hand range, king queen. So not really going to be seeing too much king x in Keeble's range. So wouldn't mind seeing an absolutely massive bet here from Matus just to apply pressure. Does go for the check though. I think that's okay as well. You know, just waving the white flag. I think if you're going to go for it, you've got to basically all or nothing. Really put the pressure on something like a slightly larger bet on the turn. I think would have set up the 2-street game a little more. Would have maybe got Keeble to fold his 3, but alas, not panning out that way.
Monthly salary for your job is 8,000, so you afford it.
Big salary, after that big can be extra.
Keeble here, another open opportunity, 9-8 suited. Popping it up.
Stop at 125.
Met with a 3-bet from Kapiciak. Very small sizing here. I think I prefer just seeing an all-in. You know, it is a strong hand, but I think you just want to like shove, get hands like maybe ace-9 to fold. You put ace-10 in a tough spot. Raise calling 20 big blinds. So not sure what the game plan is here. Ace-7-7, Fabian with the cold call of the 3-bet pre-flop, flopping the best of it. And Keeble actually flopping a flush draw as well. Kapiciak's got that king of spades. Looks like he's going to be the most likely person to have an ace, and he's firing out very large. That looked like quite a chunky bet. Oh no, it's not. Third pot, fair enough. Don't think we're going to see Fabian fold this one. No, he's calling. Leaves himself 142k behind. Looks a bit less than that actually from those 5k chips. No, it's probably about right. Now Keeble here with the flush draw, 3 ways. Really tricky spot for basically every player actually. Everyone's got like a... Kapiciak kind of feels incentivized to bet. He's going to have the most ace, king, ace, queen and pocket aces and yada yada yada. Keeble with the flush draw. And Fabian with the weak top pair, so very interesting to see what happens on the turn. Keeble just folds, that's fair enough. Might be worried that he's up against Kapiciak having a full house, and would have turned a straight draw as well, so. And Kapiciak in a tough spot now after the turn goes check-check, as Fabian kind of figuring out his ace is good, but Kapiciak's actually improved to a king on the river. You know, does beat some hands. Queen-jack of spades, queen-10 of spades. I don't think he'd shove a 10, but like queen-jack, 9-8, jack-9 of spades. It's like 3 or 4 combos. The rest of the time you're probably going to be up against a hand like ace-queen quite a lot. Ace-jack suited maybe.
What time for light 3-bet?
Jest čo?
Jakie kury. Słabe kury, ale widzisz, co tam wyszło. Jeszcze ma zachranił.
7-7 king.
As you see the chip counts here, far and away the chip leader on the table, Olin there, 89 big blinds, a lovely spot for him entering the business end of things on day 2. Katowicz also got a nice stack, 32 big blinds, and then all of a sudden you see a lot of short stacks here. Kapiciak, 6 big blinds, Kokotsikis, 6 big blinds, and we're up to the 15k 30k blind level. No 15k, 25k or 10k, 25k. Racing past that one. So all of a sudden, a lot of the stacks kind of thinning out a little bit now. Nothing playable so far.
Again.
Again.
One more time.
Reipać kamera, nie chcę opanować, ale tak.
Fabian with the limp, Olin going with the ISO with 5 deuce suited. Strange hand selection. Because usually if you want a ISO here, you'd want like the offsuits and stuff. Like this hand, it still plays okay. Checking back in position, yeah, you can make some straight draws, flush draws. And Fabian here, there's no way he can possibly know he has the best hand, but he does have that ace of diamonds, so I really like this decision to bluff. Try and get a hand like a 9, an 8, even a 10 to fold. Represent a jack, represent a flush. Yeah, pretty solid stuff. Nicely done. Looks like Kokotsukas on the short stack is going to miss his big blind. He'll be jumping on somewhere else.
Oh, yes. Now. Good luck, guys.
Don't forget your phone.
Oh, okay, nice.
And there you see the scores on the doors from the feature table so far. I'm going to stick with Matusz. I think I like the cut of that guy's jib. He's playing some nice poker. I think he could be one to watch. Olin, of course, as well. Kind of the easy choice. He's by far the favorite to advance to the final table from all of these guys. So King 8 for Katowicz, +1. Opening it up to 60 there. It's a fairly aggressive open, but I think in these fields you can get away with it, although it does incur some post-flop variance when you've got people flatting this wide on the button, essentially only 2 cards. Fabian kind of playing opposite poker, likes to play these kind of like razzy offsuit hands. When he's actually got like a medium to semi-strong hand, he kind of shies away. So interesting style of play that we're seeing from Fabian in seat 6. Ondrus in the small blind. He's come along for the ride as well. Jack 10 off versus the under the gun. A little wide for my liking. Katowicz, yeah, checking the flop. I like this decision. Your weakest King X, basically. You do want to have some kings in your checking range. Does induce another bet out of Fabian. I don't think this time he's going to check raise like he did last time with the ace queen. I think he'll just come in for a call. Don't want to play for all of this 700k just yet. Improves to a gutter as well. That's always pretty handy. Gonna be checking again, no reason to lead. It's not like you're gonna have like the massive advantage on this turn card, so Fabian just electing to check back that 4-3. I wouldn't have minded seeing him rifle that one off, to be honest. Just go for the bet all in. 4 high if you're gonna get to this kind of situation with it. Just no chance to win. And Katowicz making a nice check on the river as well. Obviously does lose to some 7x, but he's rivered 2 pair. It's just about as good as he's going to get here, apart from having a hand like... oh no, he's called and then mucked. I was wondering why his cards were face down. But 4-3, just mucking on the river, betting 100k there. Makes the decision a little bit too easy. If he'd have gone bet, all in, I'm sure he would have actually given his opponent quite a tough decision, but you know, just chucking out some kind of hopeful 20% pot bet, it's not really that likely to work. So once again, multi-way stuff. Fabian, like I just said, not really comfortable with the big hands, just likes to play those kind of weaker ones. So jacks here should just be shoving it in. Lots of dead money out there, 60k plus the big blind and the ante, and Olin here. What's he up to? Is he coming in for a squeeze with the queen six suited? Very spicy stuff. Yeah, abusing the table here, using the power of his chip lead. I think it's going to work for versus Katowicz Matus. I'm not sure that Fabian's going to get away from the jacks. I'd be interested to see how exactly he plays the jacks in this spot. Should just be going for the back jam, I guess. Katowicz here with 1.3 million. He's in a really tough spot because he's quite deep with Olin now, and he doesn't really want to be forced into this kind of like 3-bet squeeze pot out position. So just folding the pair there, way too deep to be considering like a 4-bet or a jam. Peeling's awkward because, you know, you're not closing the action behind you, so someone might, you know, jam, as Fabian does have a candidate to do exactly that. And it would work. Whoa, 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 whoa. Thought he was about to fold then. Two words, Fabian. If you're going to slow play the jacks, try and get some juice from the chip leader, squeezing the button. You lose to 3 hands. Aces, kings, and queens. There we go. Goes for the all-in. And this would be a great pickup for Fabian. So much dead money in there. He gets 2 60Ks. You've got 75k from the blinds and ante, and then you got the 210k squeeze from queen 6 suited, who, I mean, Olin can't be thinking about calling here. He's just saving some face, I think.
Very good. Very good. Pocket 6, pocket 5, pocket 5, pocket 5.
It is a little bit awkward though. He's got about 400k into a pot of 1.4 million. He'd need around 30% equity. You can see he does have 34%, so with his actual hand, he is, oh, he does have the call as well, and it's going to be queen 6 suited versus the pocket jacks. And Fabian there, I think, would have loved to see the fold. You don't really want these situations. You know, yes, you are a 2/3 favorite, but it's a tournament, deep stages. You just rather take down those antes for sure, variance free, and get that kind of sizable pickup to your stack. Oh, and there's the queen on the flop. That is absolutely brutal, but to be expected. And 10 on the turn gives him a gut shot, 4 on the river, and wow, Olin just eliminating another player there with a little bit of a loose play. Kind of priced in to call, did actually get the right price. Does look like a bit of a punt, but as it played out, you know, he kind of forced himself into that spot. I like the creativity with the 3-bet, the hand selection a bit wide, but always good to try and apply pressure as the big stack. And you really want to be going into these final tables kind of forcing your opponents into tough decisions, making sure that they feel like they're playing to for second place or below, and you can already do that. And there's another big stack there on the side tables. Little bit of action in the field. Looks like we're down to 3 tables, so maybe 4. So around about 20 to 25 players left. I'll get the information on exactly that on the break. Outer table action for you, just scanning across, recognize some of these players. 21,000 euros going to the winner here, so loads to play for. That was Matus Kuchera as well. Friend of mine, and decent live tournament player. Good to see him in there with the stack, still in the hunt. Looks like we've got 4 tables left, so it's going to be between 24 or 32 players or so. Keeble there, not playable. Kapiciak just going to be all in with the Jack 9. He's so short. And Jack 3 off. How many blinds is it? It's 4 big blinds. Yeah, you're going to have to call here. He's going to have hands like 8-7, 9-6, all of that kind of crap. Jack high just going to be good enough. Is dominated, so great spot for Kapiciak with the Jack 9 to get back to 10 big blinds. Not really been going his way so far. He'll want to see a heart. That removes one of the 3s at least, and the 9 locks it up, so that's going to be a double up to 280k and not out of the hunt. 9 big blinds, anything can happen. Got to stay positive, wait for your spot, hope that the dealer rewards you with some good fortune, and keep yourself in the game. So here we do have an all-in Jack 10 versus Ace King. Matus getting out the way, of course. So Kotowicz in pretty good shape, but not the kind of hand you really want to see. You'd rather hope your opponent has something like Ace Queen, Ace Jack. 8-6-4, complete bricks. Lots of cards can give Andrus some equity. That's not going to be one of them. So just a jack or a 10 to keep seat 1. Andrus's hopes alive as the jack rolls off on the river. Gives the dealer a little look like, whoo, thanks for getting me out of that one. And he's up to 760k. Rough one for Kotowicz there. That's, you know, if he gets that, he's up to 1.5 million. He's really streets ahead, 50 big blinds, but now right back into the pack. Going to need some fortune, going to need some decent card distribution to make sure that he's not heading down to the danger zone. Matus in the small blind with the queens. I'd like to see a limp here. Does go for the limp, well played. Yeah, just too strong to shove for 10 big blinds, blind v blind. You're against an aggressive chip leader. Want to force him to, you know, maybe make some kind of loose isolation raise, something like that. Ace, jack, 5, nothing so far. Ace on the turn's gonna be a good one to check down again. And yeah, I like the way Matus has played this hand, just trying to get to the river, allow his opponent to, you know, pick up something. Got basically the hand on lockdown, goes for 60k, just trying to target a 5, a deuce. And Olin here, is he thinking?
9 high good?
No, looks like he's kind of giving the body language as if to say, well, I've got absolutely nothing. Not going to raise after doing this kind of table talk or demeanor, I imagine, so just letting that one go.
It's good, 9 high? Yeah, it is. I can see it on television.
Kapiciak in the hijack there with the kings, going for the sneaky min raise. Looks really strong, is strong, kind of does what it says on the tin, just hoping that someone enters the pot, and Matus there gets away from the ace-8. Olin now, interested to see what he does with this. Probably thinks, oh, this looks pretty strong, I might get out of there as well. Does make a pretty disciplined laydown there, and Andrus with the queen deuce, no choice but to get out of the way. As you could see from the body language there, kind of gutted not to get some action, but when you do go for the min raise, it does look that strong. Some fairly strong holdings behind, just letting it go. So King 8 suited opening in the hijack, 10-3 from Olin on the button, obviously going to be out of there. Andrus just got his double up, and Keeble now in the big blind with the 9-7 off. Certainly a hand that getting the price from the big blind you want to be entering the pot with. Looking to flop something reasonable, and Jack 3-5, so a complete swing and a miss. Probably going to see a c-bet from Katowicz. It's not the most comfortable spot, but 2 low cards and a Broadway card is going to be, you know, extremely high percentage c-bet. You could even just simplify to betting all of your range on boards like this for kind of a smallish middling sizing. Yeah, goes for about 40% pot, seems fair enough. Chip counts there. Olin had a lot of run good and also played pretty well. Some nice creativity, and been dealt kings a fair few times and got some action with them as well. That always helps, but that's kind of how tournaments work. You know, you've got to take advantage of your heaters when you do get them in tournaments, and make it happen. You know, you can't just sit around waiting for good cards. Obviously, when you do get that run of cards, you got to take advantage of it. You got to make sure that your opponents, you know, are on the back foot, and I think he's done that quite well. 6-5 off now, looking to open the cutoff, obviously on the looser side, but kind of just trying to make his mark on the table, allow people to realize that, you know, he's not here to mess around, put pressure on his opponents. Is opening into a shorty and is going to get jammed on this occasion, unfortunately.
It's over 200, huh? Oh. It's over 200, yeah. You got me.
Takes it down. Always fun to watch tables where you've got such an interesting distribution of chips like this, just to see if you can, you know, get an idea of how the chip lead is going to do, what spots they're taking, what spots they're not taking. It's going to be a lot of interesting hands for sure. King 8 off, probably slightly on the wider side. It's got a fair few short stacks behind him. Definitely the suited variant would be an open. Andrus in seat 1, opening it up to 60k. Kapiciak and the small blind, ace 4 off. If he thinks that his opponent is really aggressive, you can jam here, but it would be a very aggressive jam as well. It's more kind of like small blind versus button. Cutoff just gets a little bit dicey, I think, with ace 4 off. Suited and booted, I think for sure all in, but then once you kind of include the offsuit ones as well, lots of hands jamming by that stage. Katowicz, what's he up to here? Looks like some sort of cheeky looking 3-bet coming from him with Jack 8 off. Interesting hand selection. You know, usually you just plump this one into the just call, and Andrus does fold the pocket deuces, so it might have been some kind of pre-flop read. Might have played with his opponent earlier on in the tournament and kind of, you know, thinks that he might be overfolding there, but Jack 8 there, just taking the aggressive line, and it works out in his favor in this instance. to see some creative aggression at least, so well played to him. King, queen suited for Kapiciak. Yeah, definitely want to be opening this one up. Goes for 75k. That's, I guess that's fine. Matus here, queen 4 suited. Yeah, kind of forced to call, which is why it's nice to open a hand like king, as strong as king queen suited, because you can just raise call. Ooh, he does make a tight laydown. Fair enough. Because you're just forcing like worse king x, worse queen x, worse hearts, stuff like that to continue, and shoving. It's kind of a waste of the hand versus just two opponents. Monster hand to pick up on the button. Ace 3 for Keeble, he's going to let that one go. Ace 7 for Kapiciak. Does he want to open now into the chip leader's big blind? Looks like he does. 75, or is he going for a bigger one now? He goes to 80 now, so maybe he's looking to go for a bit of a bigger size because he wants a little bit more protection. Here is in a really tricky spot. Does he want a flat? Does he think that this Kapiciak open is like so really strong? He does make a very disciplined laydown. I don't mind it. I think you're in a real cage there. You can't really like 3-bet because you don't really expect to have much fold equity versus versus Kapiciak, who's opening for, you know, what is essentially 20% of his stack or so.
80, huh?
So check on the flop. Gonna probably see a bet from Olin here. He's got queen high, which is unlikely to be good on a 10-10-3. Check back. Gonna see a lot of ace highs, a lot of hands like king queen, king jack, king 9 that you want to fold out now. Apply some pressure. Probably going to see him follow through as well. Would be unlucky to run into a 10, so most of Kapiciak's range here is going to be kind of face up and look exactly like what it is, this kind of ace high region, this king high region. I would imagine he bets pretty much every pocket pair on the flop. He does go for the call, okay, leaving himself the 315 behind. What are we going to see from Olin on the river if he doesn't improve here? Obviously a queen would basically be the nuts. Club, oh, he does river the queen. What a life. Is that a snap check? Very unorthodox. Yeah, and Kapiciak unlucky there, but I mean he was up against a lot of equity, any queen, any 5, any club. It's not like he's just been one-outed, so yeah, just needs to maybe get a grip on that, let it go, nothing you can do. The hands happened, you know. Could have c-bet the flop for a small size. Oh, here's Patrick Kunick, player I've played with quite a lot. In the Jazzly shirt today, and we're back to 8-handed action.
poker and counting.
O, dawno Orecku. Arcio, kurde.
Tournament director Zuzmik there, just alerting the players to something. Can't quite pick that up.
Są pozorni, nikogo nie widzimy na stole.
So back to 8 max.
You and me?
Yeah. First time that I open a club.
Ace 4 deuce with 2 clubs. And we did see an open from Olin BVB, and Babarix here with Queen 9 with the 9 of clubs. Going to be quite a creative continue, doesn't go for it. Olin there just taking it down. Ace high board, has the king of clubs. Pretty decent candidate to fire a bet out there, try and just get some of the live cards in his opponent's range out of the way. And just continue to assert his dominance on the table. Once we do sort of start getting to that stage where we're approaching the final table, it's very, very important to continue to take the aggression, continue to, you know, apply pressure to your opponents, force them into tough decisions. For them, you want to set the sort of message out there that they're playing for their spot on the final table, and yours is guaranteed, you know, so that's the way to play the big stack, and he's doing it very nicely at the moment. Queen 4 off, no. 7-6 suited for Matus here. Jamming, I think for chips it's okay. I think with the little bit of ICM going on, you just want to let it go. So good fold. Olin 7 deuce. Even he's not crazy enough to play that one. Limp, check, and one big blind stab there from Barbarix, and gets the job done with the jack deuce. Had some nice backdoors, can, you know, turn a gut shot, can turn a flush draw. Maybe get a queen high to fold. Some opponents even folding the king highs on those kind of boards. So good stuff. Bitch jack, ace jack under the gun. Gonna just be shoving it in here, I think. 10 big blinds, nothing really else to be done. There it goes. Come on, buddy. Yeah, there we go. Finds the courage. Kotowicz here with the 8s, tricky spot, lots of players behind. I really wouldn't blame him for folding here. It's already a fairly strong under the gun shove. He can definitely have 9s, 8s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings. Maybe he min raises aces. He's going to have lots of flips. Probably not that many hands that you're doing like super well against. You know, like the 7s, 6s. Might just fold the 5s, the 4s, the 3s, the 2s. So I think with so many players behind here, you just want to be letting the 8s go, although it's a very close decision. Another player is to just call and then fold to any like shoves behind, but then he does call. 8-handed, I'm not sure on that one. It's very, very close. Patrick Kunik here with the 5s. I think he's seen enough strength now to get out the way. Does indeed fold. Strong play there. Barbarin's with the 3 deuce off, just getting out the way. Wondrous 9-5 off, he's out as well. And Hubel gets out of the way. So luckily for Kotowicz that his hand doesn't see any kind of resistance behind. It does get to flip it up. And with the graphics, it looks like Ace-Jack is a 52% favourite. Must have seen an 8 folded. So Ace-Jack or 10 to keep the dreams alive for Kapiciak. And he's going to need that on the river now. Ace, Jack, or 10 to stay in the Spade Poker Tour main event. There it is. And a little exhalation there and a prayer to the clouds as they go on break. And what a time to double up, gets himself up to 705k. We're going to take a short break. See you after the break, guys. And we'll be back very shortly.
Oh, okay.
Papi se posúva, že?
Welcome back to Spade Poker main event coverage here from the Banco Casino in Bratislava. Not only do we have this festival this week, but we also do have the Polish Poker Championships day ones running in Banco next week, with the day 2 in Košice, the secondary casino of the Banco Casino branch, or chain, I should say. And yeah, familiar face there. That's Vitali. I can't quite remember how to pronounce his surname, but Ukrainian guy that won recently here, 21,000 euro payday for him. Always nice, considering some of the rather traumatic events happening in Ukraine at the moment for a Ukrainian to lift the title, and right back in the thick of it with around 23 players left, so good to see that. And just going to take a while for the graphics to catch up whilst we dive back into the action. So we had an open from pocket sixes in early position, and it looks like the new player in seat 1 reaching for some chips. They do not look like calling chips, so we're going upstairs, boys and girls. Got that mask on, not giving anything away, got the hat on. May as well be wearing a spacesuit. No one's getting a read out of that guy, and he's going for a 3-bizzle. Looks like these positions might be a little bit wrong, because it's dealer versus a big blind action. Pocket 4s coming in for a 3-bet. You can go either way with a hand like 4s. It doesn't really have that much playability post-flop, so sometimes 3-betting is kind of a nice play. You know, pick up the initiative. You can get a lot of hands that have pretty decent equity against you. You know, hands like in the button opening range, King 8 off, King 9 off, Jack 9 off, those kind of hands to fold. But already we're seeing a bloated pot. And I believe it's button versus big blind and 6s versus 4s. So 10, 9, 8. If Q does find the c-bet here, you know, you could see it working. Bottom end of the gutter for Tchaikovsky. Q does have that 4 of diamonds, which could come in handy for some barrels. But the problem is on a board like this, 10, 9, 8, you're thinking a raise calling range. Loads of hands that connect with it, 10x, 9x, 8x, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, not going to be 4-betting pre at this kind of depth, deep into a tournament. Queen Jack suited, King Jack offsuit, King Jack suited, Ace Jack, all of the 10x as I said, flush draws. So once you do decide to c-bet a hand like pocket 4s here, you've kind of got to commit yourself to putting in bets on future streets. Because you are going to get some hands like King 8 suited, maybe Ace 8 suited, Queen 8 suited, you know, hands like kind of middling hands like that, Queen 9, Ace Jack to continue, that may not necessarily be able to face lots of aggression on future streets. But are we going to see a raise here from Tchaikovsky? It would work in this instance. And looks like we've got a pretty spicy feature table after the table change. Right back in the action, seeing a 3-bet pot. 4s versus 6s, a c-bet on the flop, a raise from the 6s as a bluff, obviously. Blocking 6-7, not really that much of a factor. More that he's just trying to... Well, okay, I thought he was saying all in there. I was like, what the hell is going on here? We're going off-piste, but... Pocket 4s, no choice but to fold facing this action. Lots of hands conceivable for Tchaikovsky there to have for value, and nice spicy hand to open herself up. Pretty strong play from both players there. 4s finding a 3-bet, a lot of people miss. 6s finding a flop raise. Just trying to clear out some equity there.
Frage ist, wer wen gebracht hat.
Ich werde es nachher nachlesen.
Sagst mir's dann.
Ich werde zufällig in 30 Minuten eine kurze Pause machen. Ich schaue sogar auf die Uhr.
Ja, schauen wir dann gemeinsam. Okay?
Das Ding ist halt, dass dein Race nicht so viel Sinn macht. Du hast da fast keine Raising Range.
Kuchera folding the Queen Jack off there under the gun too. Yeah, it could go either way. Little tight, but understandable. 8 max. It's got around 20 big blinds. Oh no, it's on the 40k big blind now. So yeah, blinds ramping up. Gonna see a lot of people, especially like you've got Hege here on the button, in that kind of middling range, ace-6 off, sub 15 big blinds. Just gonna be jamming all in here, I believe. Oh, he does go for the min raise. Six-5 suited for Q Thomas. Probably doesn't like the call there. I think that probably could have been a VPip. And Hager's decision to min raise to save the stack, or you know, saves himself being up against a dominating hand, because he is going to get jammed on here by the ace-jack suited from Frodogs. Had he have jammed himself, would have run into it. So there is 2 ways to go here with these ace-6s, but I think, you know, 14 big blinds, I would slightly just prefer a jam, just so that you don't get jammed on by hands like Jack 10 suited, King 10 suited, King 9 suited, Ace 5 suited, and have to fold. You know, there is 100k out there. You've got a stack of about 500. Just looking to take it down, which is going to work a vast majority of the time. Does get jammed on. Looks like we've got ourselves a pretty strong table here, seeing some, you know, Austrian players, Czech players, Ukrainian as well. Usually pretty strong nations. The Swedish flag as well, known for their aptitude in the game of poker, that's for sure. So looks like we're going to see some pretty reasonable standard of play, which is always good to commentate on and to watch for you guys as well, I'm sure. If you have any questions, do feel free to fire them over in the YouTube chat section. Be happy to help any of your inquiries or take any questions on board. Q with the ace-9 suited here. It's going to be popping it up for sure.
Still water, please. Yeah, thank you.
Eight-6 off in the small, and ace-queen for Kokotsakis, who we saw must have spun up his stack. He was on 185k last time we checked in with him, and not messing around, just snap jamming. 725k, quite a close spot here for Q. 40k big blinds, so 17 big blinds effective. You're going to likely see a lot of hands like King Queen, pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 6s, pocket 5s, pocket 4s. Potentially some hands like ace-8 suited, ace-7 suited, King 9 suited. You know, is the big blind shoving these hands? All of the questions he has to ask himself in this particular situation. If you're playing any kind of reasonable stakes tournament online, you're just snapping it off here. If you're playing live with 20, 25 left in a 200 euro buy-in, it gets a little bit dicey, to be honest. You don't usually tend to see a lot of the hands that I just previously mentioned in there. I think the pairs are kind of natural. People do tend to jam those, but I think that the hands like King Jack off, King 10 off, stuff like that, that are maybe just a little bit less intuitive.
This.
Hands like King 6 suited, you know, that gets King 10 off, King Jack off to fold. And he does actually fold the Ace 9. That's a nice fold. Maybe just something to do with the timing and the body language of his opponent, who, you know, he looked down at his cards and he said all in with about 5 seconds, you know, and once you factor in the, you know, the kind of the pressure of the situation, when someone makes a very quick move for all of their chips without thinking too much, likely to be a slight giveaway of the strength of their hand, favouring strength, of course. So very nice laydown there from Q Thomas. Matus Kuchera, Ace 9 off, under the gun. He's going to be out of there.
Last time I won,
And
but
Cherba.
the commentator always said he's so tight.
Playable for him.
He's just such a nit. I
Tchaikovsky,
won the tournament, but I
not
was a
from
nit.
Sweden. That was the previous player in that seat, Olin. Going to be likely to see him on the final table with his 3-point-something million in chips. And Ace 9 suited, not going so well for him last time, being met with some resistance. But whatever the resistance is here, Q will be happy to stack it off. Kokotsakis in the small blind. Unfortunate spot for him. 20 big blinds versus a guy with lots of chips. Should be all in. And here you see the difference, right? Ace Queen, he looks down at his cards. He was all in within 5 seconds. Now, slightly passive, slightly confused kind of table demeanor. Looks a little bit like he's not got a easy decision. Mulling it over, you know. All of these kind of like little bits of energy he's giving away, slightly also revealing the strength of his hand. Would he really be thinking here with a hand like Ace Queen, Ace King? Probably not. Oh my god, is he going to fold? No, he does go for the all-in. I think it's a good play in the long run versus what we seem to be as a very capable opponent just from the couple of hands we've seen already. What? Got pocket queens, mate. Come on. What's going on here? Is he slow rolling him? Or is he just getting a count? I mean, even if it's 5 million, how are we folding? What do you think your opponent does with 10s, 9s, 8s, jacks? King, queen, suited. Ace 10, of course. Ace, jack. Just making sure to... Oh, right. What a performance over that with the 2 queens. Maybe maybe the pressure of the situation just getting to him there does look a little bit like there's some heavy breathing activity going on under that mask. Bit of a slow roll, but off we go to the races. Ace needed for Kokotsakis, or the backdoor hearts, or a 5 or a 6 to give himself some chop outs. Head in hands, seeing the turn card. It's the King of Diamonds, no help, needing the ace on the river. Barry Greenstein to stay alive, and does not find it on this occasion. And that will be an elimination for Kokotsakis. Round about 20th place. Unfortunate run. At least you went down fighting, sir. Good 3-bet jam, I think, there. Just unlucky to run into it. And hey, you know, if you don't get a snap call from queens, think of all the hands that might be folding that spot. Ace jack. Maybe he even makes a ridiculous fold with ace queen as well, which obviously does well for your ace 10. So unlucky, buddy. Well played. And you know, he still had 3 outs to glory. So one thing to consider when you do run into it is it's not like you're just completely dead and out of the tournament. You're still going to have 30-35% equity, and I think a couple of the players are on the knit roll policing duties, having a little word with Q, being like, what the hell was all that about, buddy? Yeah, looks like the Ukrainian there, Sherba, saying his piece. Don't think we're going to quite get to the fisticuffs, but some tension on the final table, never a bad thing for the viewers. 10-7 suited now. On a run is Mr. Q. Does he fancy opening it? Those hands are shaking a little bit. I think just the overwhelming situation for him. Got a lot of chips in a big tournament. 90k prize pool and 21,000 of that going to the first place, and obviously knows now that he's got a very strong chance of playing for all of it. So understandable. And Frodox here with the 1 million chips in the cutoff. 25 big blinds. Doesn't get much more standard than an ace-8 offsuit. Does indeed elect to raise. Does look like a kind of chunky looking raise. 105k, okay, not too bad. And Kuchera with the 9-3 just going to be in the bin. No reason to be V-pipping this hand. Even versus a min raise, just going to be snap folding. Unless he's thinking of a 3-bet, which from what I've seen of his playstyle before, he won't be. Just taking a bit of TV time.
Last time was price for.
Are you friends? Oh, friends from Facebook. Family.
Wer sagen? Ich nur spielen.
Deswegen haben sie ja beide die Sonnenbrille auf.
Ja, ja.
Oder?
Wegen dem Licht.
Zu hell.
Oh, ist wirklich zu hell. Gut vor.
Nice. One of you is the top was goalie.
Ich call 100%, egal, mit 5-2 auch.
Okay.
Auch mit 5-2, egal. Wegen wie die Zahl alles. Wie es wischt.
Fleischmann, ace-king suited. 10 big blinds, not going to be met with any resistance, just going to pick up the 100k in there and move on up to 12 bigs. Almost getting to the stage where the big blind is the same as the starting stack. Whoa, he is feeling the heat here. Probably not going to see too many creative plays from this particular player. I believe from the day one I played, just kind of plays his game nice and solid, doesn't do too much outside the box. Chip counts for you. Wide range of stacks from 27 to 77 to 12 big blinds. Hager here under the gun, 12 big blinds, ace queen offsuit. Just going to be an all-in, I think. You know, going for the min raise is an option as well. Probably prefer to use the suited variety. Yeah, just rips it in. I like the play. Out of the way with the ace-9. Frodox is folding. Fleischmann out of there, over to Kuchera. He's out. Sherber and Tchaikovsky all surrendering their cards, and Hager up to 15 big blinds or so, which is just in time for the big blind and the anti-sir. So always nice to get a free round with a strong holding under the gun. Hello. Pocket aces for Q. What a run he's been on. And it's not stopping. What a beautiful feeling this is. Just, you know, ironing someone out for a lot of chips. 20 big blind, 22 big blind all in each. Queens versus ace 10. Not even a sweat. And now finding the aces under the gun. Doesn't look like he's going to be met with any action so far. Let's see what the blinds have in store. King 8 just going to be out the way. And then we are left with Hager in the big blind, 7-6 off. Kind of a tricky spot actually, but I think versus getting the price, you're just going to flick one in here with the offsuit connector. Maybe a hand like 7-5 off or 8-6 off he could probably fold, but I think with the 7-6 it's just too good, too connected. Oh, and that is going to be a tricky flop to get away from. Flopped himself an open-ender with a diamond. Looking at 2 stack to pot ratio. I think you just try and get your opponent to bet and find an all-in at this stage. I don't really think there's much else to be done. Even if he calls with black kings, you know, you've got, you know, around 50% equity. There's a chance he could bet something like Queen Jack of spades and then fold to a shove. So lots of possibilities here. Yeah, it just rips it in. I like the play. Gonna get snapped off, unfortunately. And aces with the diamond, one of the ones that you don't want to see. But look, still got 24%. He can hit a 9, a 4. Running straight flush is one of the more creative ways to get there. Or the backdoor 2-pair draw. There's the 7. 9, 7, 4, 4, 6, and no dice. So Thomas just continuing to obliterate anyone that steps in his wake. 2 players now have been eliminated from him, and he's up to 3.7 million, having a hell of a run.
I'm big one? No? Okay.
Forodox under the gun, 9-5 suited, no, no, no. And over to Fleischmann there, +1, King 9 suited, just going straight in the muck. Not even considering the min raise or the jam. Yeah, a little bit tight. Definitely want to at least consider your options there. I think it's a pretty reasonable hand to go for a min raise with. You know, when you do want to min raise those positions off of 12 bigs, they are only 6-handed. You want to min raise some of your aces, kings, queens, and then find hands like King 9 suited, Ace 4, Ace 5 suited maybe to mix in there as well. So Sherbo opening it up with the Queen 10 off, and over to Q Thomas in the big blind, facing just exactly the min raise. Pretty decent price. Wow, that's too tight. Got to be defending your King X there. But understandable. Once again, you know, we talked about that kind of theme that you do see on these feature tables. Someone, you know, might have a bit of a card rush, bit of a heater, and then think, Christ, you know, let's try and preserve this. And
Good thing is, I know I'm not good enough to play this hand.
King 5 there, actually kind of a nice candidate for a 3-bet bluff. Got some decent blocking qualities of your opponent, Ace King, King King, King Queen suited kind of region. Blocking some continues, but it is also just strong enough to defend getting the price of, you know, just over 4 to 1, 3.5 to 1. Sorry.
And you had Jack 4?
No, he has 4, so I have
Fleischmann not interested with the 9-3, and Kuchera is out there as well with the Queen 6 off.
Oh my god, guys.
Not the fastest player on the table, that's for sure. I'm not sure he knows it's on him. There we go. Sherbo here, Ace 2 off, just going to be a fold.
Kommentator würde sagen,
I think he has the table chip
nein,
leader on the
Kommentator
button
würde sagen,
here.
jetzt gewinnt die Hand
bit
der,
too
der
wide.
mehr möchte. Oh mein Gott. Und ich dachte schon, wenn das nicht TV-Tisch wäre, dann würde ich pushen.
Kowski out of there. Thomas now, what a run. Pocket jacks. And you can obviously go with any option apart from fold here. I think I like ISOing now because that's what you basically want to be doing a lot of as the chip leader anyway. Goes for the just over 3x. That seems like a reasonable size. Frodox going to be forced to continue here with the 5-4 suited. Pretty strong hand. Doesn't really interact with any of the kind of hands that Q is going to be opening with. So, you know, when you do flop a pair, when you do flop draws, they're likely to be pretty strong. So, yeah, just going to be a bit too tight to fold this one.
Yeah, really, come on, please fold.
Looks like there's a little bit of table chat going on. Can't quite tell what they're saying, but it looks like it's friendly.
I show it.
Okay, focus.
What?
Are you kidding me? That's unbelievable.
Good run.
That's more or less
No, it's enough. So it is Gefühl.
Let's get the fold. That's a nice pickup.
Schöne Hand.
Ich nehme mit auf die Blende. Ich sag endlich Fold, oder was? Und ich sag noch, du hast auf dem 8, 9, 10 Board, du hast da keine...
Sherber, ace jack off
Du hast keine Value Range.
in the hijack. Definitely going to be wanting to play this one.
Scheiße. Was ist Scheiße?
And Frodox with the same hand here on a kind of awkward big stack. 25 bigs is okay to shove though, so I like his decision there. It's, you know, you don't really want a 3-bet call. 3-bet folding is obviously a bit weird. Flatting I don't like either. So 25 bigs, ace jack versus a competent opponent in the hijack is a nice move, and I think this one's going to work. I don't think Sherber's going to raise call the ace jack offsuit here. Looks like a pretty competent player, knows what he's doing. Not the best spot if you think about the likelihood of what Frodox is actually going all in with. You know, you're going to see a lot of ace king, ace queen for 25 bigs. Lots of hands like 10s, 9s, jacks, queens. Maybe he goes for the non all in 3-bet sides with like that polarized range, aces, kings, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think this is a good fold, although we can see he was chopping or had the same hand.
I think better, but not so strong.
I think in the long run there, that one's going to be a nice discipline lay down.
Maybe I have to go.
Das ist die Hand, wo gegen mich pusht jetzt.
What do you have?
Ace jack.
I took.
Yeah. Tough for me.
So, falls du sehen kannst, sag mir dann gegen was, mit was gegen mich pusht.
Du hast Ass 9, oder?
Ich habe Ass 9 suited, ja.
I mean, you could easily
Oh my
have
god,
ace
ja, der hat Ace Queen?
Ace Queen, ja.
Oh, nice, lay down.
Gegen wen hast du Leder gemacht?
Also gegen ihn da, er pusht Ace Queen.
Viel zu teuer.
Ja.
That's the problem that I was not ace queen. I
I know.
ace jack off.
Me too, Ace check out.
I was giving you some chance for you to bluff, like force ace. But I would feel better if I opened from bottom.
Yeah, you can see Ace check.
Koski, Jack 10 in the hijack, popping it up to 90k. Q Thomas here, yeah, hand's a little bit too weak to peel. You could 3-bet sometimes, but I think you'd rather use the suited ones because of how deep they are. Over 60 big blinds deep there, so you know when you do see a continue from your opponent with a7 off, it's not ideal in the slightest. Want to be more leaning on the suited varieties of the hand in order to gain a bit more playability post-flop, which means that you know more opportunities to barrel, more backdoor equity, stuff like that.
Just for your advice, you know. I don't want to see.
Geht recht.
Q, Queen Jack, pretty standard open. And he does. And an easy defend as well for Sherba. Gonna want to see a flop here with the 8-7 for sure.
It's easy to defend against me.
You never know. Check.
Decent flop for Thomas. Middle pair, gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Can go two ways here. Checking is okay, but it's a pretty decent board for you. You're going to have a lot of the sets, stronger flush draws, two pairs, straights than your opponent is. Jack 10 suited, for example, a pretty good candidate just to jam pre in Sherba's situation. Looks like a couple of those guys are sort of looking to see what's going on the outer tables here, maybe hoping for an extra player or so. Must be down to about, I'd say, 18 at this stage. Or down near sort of the two tables left ballpark. Fleischmann in the cutoff, Jack 5 suited. Just going to stay fairly snug, I would imagine. 8-5 off as well. Kuchera, not really playable.
Mit dem V5 habe ich Set getroffen gegen V10. Gut, dass ich einen tanzen heute.
Sie haben es ausgeschieden. Jetzt 3,8 Millionen da am Parat.
Der ist ausgeschieden?
Der alte steht beim Payout.
Der alte Schwede? Wow.
Das Tagesessen mit 3,8, 3,6, weiß ich nicht.
Ja, aber gut, der hat das High Roller ja auch gewonnen. Also der wird schon halbwegs spielen können, nehme ich an. Ein, zwei schiere Setups.
Pocket 10s for Frodox. It's going to pop it up under the gun. Makes it 100k. Again, met by no resistance. Tchaikovsky here in the small blind with that nice 2.6 million stack. Not going to be playing the 5-4, and we are going to get a little bit of resistance out of Q here in the big blind with the Jack 9 suited. Perfect kind of hand to defend your big blind with. Don't know if he's getting any other ideas. Versus this under the gun range, if you're going to think about 3-betting, you'd want to be using hands that have more sort of holding an 8 or a king. So yeah, Jack 9 wouldn't be the usual play, and Ace Queen Deuce should just be c-bet from Frodox. Yeah, it's not the best kind of board for your hand, but you know, range-wise, just want to be betting, I think, purely here for the small size. Whoa! Kind of just sizing up there to try and get a fold straight away. Not really sure why he needs to go so big there. I think anything like 80 to 100k would be much more reasonable. But it does work, and he does pick up the chips.
Aber nicht mit dem Stil. Alles gut. Ich brauche nicht sagen, wie du spielst.
Here we go, Sherbet, Ace Queen off in the cutoff. Very strong hand off of his sub 20 big blind stack. As for the jam, yeah, I think with 2 big stacks there, you kind of want to incentivize them to do something other. Yeah, I think shoving is obviously a play. It's going to win chips in the long run, but I think you just want to be prepared to die a little bit more with a hand like Ace Queen. Try and allow someone to jam on you, and just allow hands like, you know, Ace 10, Ace 9 suited, Ace 8 suited, Queen, Jack, stuff like that to jam on you as opposed to just be an easy fold. So good to have that kind of hand in your range sometimes, because it doesn't look like you're just going to show up with a low pair there for the most point. So definitely need to balance that. But again, just thinking about what kind of hand is going to be the most beneficial, or what the play is there which is going to be the most beneficial in the long run. I think just min raising the queen, the Ace Queen, and hoping for some action there, and obviously not folding is the way to go. Could be wrong.
Stimmt, dass mein Chef ein Hooligan ist. Er steht im Austria-Fanblock mit der Maske.
Würde mir einen Absatz gehabt bei dem Verein.
Nein, Scherz.
Kuchera, Ace 6 suited.
Mein Chef ist mega.
So they're playing like 6-handed, I believe. It's a good candidate for a long-range steal, as you'd say. He does pop it up. I like the open. Suit, a couple of folds so far, but over to Q on the button with Ace Queen offsuit. Ace Jack offsuit, sorry. So a hand that, you know, he certainly wants to V-pip in some way, shape or form. And I think this is a decent spot to go for, you know, I quite like peeling, but also I like a 3-bet fold, because you put some pressure on you. Let me think about this one. Yeah, I think peeling here is going to be the way to go, actually. Once you 3-bet, you kind of have to call it off. And then 3-bet folding and then them showing you like, you know, 10s, 9s or something like that is just a bit of a disaster. So Frodox here, he's got just over 30 big blinds. I think we might see him go all in, to be honest. Peeling is okay, but just on the weaker side. I think he knows that Q isn't going to be like trapping here that often, and Kuchera, I don't know how much he's played with him, but should know that he's not just going to have like a ridiculous under the gun range. This hand kind of benefits from squeeze jamming. Now he just faces a lot of post-flop variance out of position, so I think you want to be prepared to die there with the 8s, 30 bigs. You're looking at sort of 6 or 7 big blinds out there ready for you, and that jam is going to work a hell of a lot of the time. Bit of a cooler of a flop. 8's getting out flopped, but we've got ace-6 versus ace-jack. How is Mr. Kuchera going to deal with this one? Does have backdoor hearts, which comes in handy. Should see a check here, really. Betting your worst ace in this kind of situation's not really accomplishing that much, apart from potentially denying equity to flush draws, which is obviously, yeah, I don't like the bet here. I don't think he's, you know, you're just building a pot out of position versus the button, who can have still 9s, 7s, ace-9, ace-7. You're basically dead against most of those hands, ace-10, ace-jack. Can sometimes make a kind of tight pre-flop flat with ace-queen. So I think this bet, half pot, multi-way. If you were heads up, might be a bit of a different story, but I still think that checking here is the play, really. Not just because like your ace isn't always the best hand here, it is going to be the majority of the time, but kind of interaction-wise, 3 ways just get a bit dicey. And you don't have a hand that's strong enough to bet the flop and jam the turn. So, you know, you might be slightly better off just checking, inducing some kind of stab from the button, which is going to happen semi-frequently, and navigating it that way. So Q peeling the button, I think that's the play. I don't think you really want to raise, isolate yourself versus too strong of a hand. Like, if he raises, he's only really getting action from better hands, you know, ace-queen, ace-king, 7s and 9s, even the rare pocket aces. Frodox makes the fold. Oh, and that is a disaster of a turn card for Kuchera. Is he going to bet very small, or now he decides to check? So I think Q here, we're going to see a bet of, you know, like 150 to 200k, something like that would be quite nice. You don't really want to let your opponent get away from a hand like King Queen of clubs, Jack 10 of clubs. Sometimes people bet like kings and queens here for no apparent reason, multi-way. And yeah, 155, nice sizing from Q. Starting to find his rhythm a little bit. Has looked a little bit nervous, although he's been running pretty nicely. So Kuchera now deciding what to do. I think your only option is to call here. Yeah, you do allow him some equity. Sometimes he's going to have a hand like 10-8 suited, Jack 10. He just shoves all in. Yeah, not sure what the game plan is here. Are we trying to get a flush draw to fold? That's only got 20%, you know, so it's difficult because Q still has a lot of better ace-x than us. I think we've slightly overplayed our hand here.
It's 572.
Again, Q. I mean, what I don't know what he's hoping to. Not sure what he's hoping to do here with the Ace Jack. He's just about as good of a board for him as it gets. All he needs to do is say the magic word, and he's going to have a massive advantage in this spot. Kuchera just sort of thinking, why am I getting slow rolled here, buddy? You're never folding an ace. So a 6 would give Kuchera the 1.7 million pot, and that is not a 6. Side door, that's the 5. And gut-wrenching elimination there. Trips into trips on the turn, and he is out of the tournament, unfortunately. The issue with check jamming the turn as opposed to check calling is you just don't allow your opponent to bluff it off with next to no equity, which can happen. You know, he's not going to just fold hands like Jack 10 on the flop. He will call, especially with the backdoor flush draw. Actually, he did make it like half pot 3 ways, so yeah. You know, you get hands like a 9 to stab for protection. Lots of good things can happen in that situation, and you know, an unfortunate spot there for Kuchera, but he is eliminated from the tournament. And things go from good to great to absolutely brilliant for seat 1, Mr. Q Thomas there from Vienna. Looks like there's getting a drinks order in, and play will remain. Jack 7 and Jack 8. New player at the table, Mr. Tardik. Interesting name. Jack 8 suited, straight in the action. Does he fancy getting involved? He does not. I think a shrewd play. Back over to the main man, the form player, Q Thomas from Austria. 4.6 million in chips. Building a tower over there in seat 1.
That's the first thing what I thought.
And over in that corner of the 2 players there, not really giving much away. One wearing a mask, one wearing the big old hoodie. It's Frodox on the bottom with the ace 4, electing to pop it up here. Seems like a good raise. Got an ace, which kind of blocks some of the strong hands your opponent can be having. This man looks like he means business here. New player to the table, Dobos from Hungary. Liking the choice of hoodie. Business on one side, color on the other. And Fleischmann in the small blind. No, he's in the big blind, I believe. So yeah, he has popped it in with the pocket 4s. Ah, that's why this new player from Hungary has not been dealt into the hand, because he's coming in on the small blind. So it's Fleischmann versus Frodox, and it doesn't really get much better than this for Fleischmann. He's got himself 4s versus ace 4, about as good as it gets for the pocket 4s. And unfortunately Frodox just pricing himself in there to defend versus that 3-bet jam. And Fleischmann is looking to fade the pointy one. No ace for him. And he's going to be back up to 700k and right in the thick of it. But oh my god, there's a hell of a sweat. He's going to have to fade a heart as well as the ace. The 4 helps him, only needing to fade the heart on the river. Oh, and the 6 of hearts shatters the hopes and dreams of Fleischmann, who, you know, gives us a wry smile and kind of exits the arena with a little bit of doom and gloom, but on the outside showing a nice energy as he leaves the table eliminated in the last 20 of the Spade Poker Tour main event. Playing for 21,000 euros, so 7 players left on the feature table led by Thomas from Austria. 92 big blinds in his stack. A couple of other Austrians at second and fourth in chips, Frodox and Tchaikovsky. Dobos, the unknown player from Hungary, interested to see what he's got to bring to the table. And at the bottom of proceedings, Tardik from Slovakia with the 18 bigs, and Sherber, who recently won the main event about a month or so ago. Hopes with him as the Ukrainian contender. Ace Queen suited and booted for Tardik here. Nice to sit down at the feature table. You've got the lights, you've got people staring you down a little bit. It's all a little bit confusing and overwhelming, but looking down at a strong hand certainly helps you to settle yourself down at the table. He opens, and 50k big blind now, so things are really ticking along, and players with that kind of short to medium stack have no choice but to get involved in the action, or they're just going to blind down and be out of it. Frodox here, King 9 suited versus this 3x open from under the gun. What a sizable chunky open. The problem is with this kind of sizing is you basically say to your opponents, I've got a strong hand, and I'm not likely to fold. So yeah, he makes it 150k, a little bit on the chunky side. Frodox makes his decision, I guess, quite easy. Just folds. A little bit too dominated by hands like Ace King, King Queen. The sort of hands you'd expect to see in this 3x under the gun. And takes it down.
You didn't bluff against me, huh? Well, queen jack.
Off, queen check off.
Yeah, but look at that flop. I defend with ace. I mean 8, 7.
Yeah, yeah.
The board is king, queen, 9.
How much?
100.
No chance.
Dobos opening up with the ace-jack suited, and not going to be met by any resistance from Tardik there with the queen 3.
Ja, ich habe einen Lead-Tip von 50%.
What?
Lead-Tip 50%, went to showdown 66%. Looks like a maniac. 50.
So cards in the air once again. And as the big blind is the same as the starting stack, you could tell we're extremely deep into the tournament. Frodox. King 5 suited under the gun, going for an open. Fair enough. And he's going to be met with Sherber. Ace king offsuit. Easiest decision of your life. 2 words. Or 3 if you're Scotty Nguyen. All in, baby. Just tanking a little bit for the... don't know what he's trying, maybe a little bit of deception. Do I have a decision? Do I not? Stares at the board, looks at his opponent. In we go. Triangle, please, dealer. Slides them home. And just going to be getting snap folds from the field. Brodox here looking to save a little bit of face. Doesn't want his opponent to know instantly that he's in there as light as king 5.
Service, please. And a glass of water with gas.
I know you're better than 100%. It's only gambling. It's even fault.
It's always gambling.
One card?
Come on, time.
I show one card.
Can see half an hour.
Yeah, we'll see anyways. What do you king queen?
Some cards to me.
Let's go! Money, money, money. Finally I can go in.
How much did you win last time? 25 or something?
What, tournament?
Yeah.
No, only 20
Only 20.
Only 20. Poor guy.
with deal.
I'm really upset.
Four people deal ICM and I was getting 17.2.
And you said I'm greedy, I want to.
And you win the tournament or?
Yeah. I was a cheap leader, but I decided to take a deal because for the second place I was getting normally you get 16, and by ICM it was 17.2.
Okay.
And 6k for the winner.
Yeah, so you.
But then we made another deal and another deal as a heads up. But I was cheap to go
Which tournament?
poker Belgic hunters.
Ah, the Belgic.
Like
Sherber ace 4, just letting that one go, and Tchaikovsky, not seen much from him, but King Queen gonna be seeing an open for sure.
Am Tischspiel habe ich zweihändig gespielt, das war's.
Ich gönn dir alle Chips in diesem Turnier außer meine.
Bist du Arschloch.
Das wäre ich selten, aber weiß nicht so selten.
Tadic here on the button, 50k big blind, ace 10 off versus a guy who's, you know, very well stacked or big stack open in the cutoff. Just want to be jamming the ace 10 here for sure. And you know the reason why. Ooh, okay, he does go all in. Nice. Staring away from his opponent. Oh, he's made it 340k. And I'm guessing what he's thinking is if like the small blind and the big blind go all in or something like that, he can fold. But the only problem is now he kind of invites in hands like this to peel and creates a lot of variance where if he just jams, he likely takes down the pot.
Ich muss mein Getränk gar nicht bezahlen.
So he creates an awkward situation for himself here, and he's got a fader. You know, he just creates more variance. They're four off the final table, and going to a flop here. Oh, and he loves to see that one, 10-9-9, flopping the best of it almost all of the time. You would have heard from Jacks, Queens. You know, he does block an ace-9 suited, which is really handy. Tchaikovsky goes for the donk jam. I don't blame him. He can get maybe a hand like ace-king, ace-queen to fold. And yeah, 43 versus 57. Tadic here looking to fade paint And it's going to be a king, jack, or queen on the river, and it isn't. 10 on the river. Tchaikovsky not happy with that. Not sure why. Everyone can play their hand as they want to, but it's worked out for Tardik on this occasion. Gets the huge double up with the ace-10. Still think maybe jamming is the better play there, but it worked out perfectly for him.
Did you remember what we speak about when I told you like that people will not fall top down?
Only against me they fold straight.
Because you get only aces, kings.
Yeah. Sometimes 6-7 high.
But not against me. You didn't love me.
Too much respect.
Not yet.
And you wouldn't fold that hand.
So Tchaikovsky, after taking a little bit of a battering there, king queen not improving versus the ace-10, finds himself pocket tens in the hijack and straight back at it with the open to 125k, or 100 is it? Just min raising. 120 by the sound of it. King 7 for Q on the button. He's going to be out of there. And Dobos getting out the way with the 8-3 suited, which I think is a good fold. Again, so this kind of situation where you've got 13, 14 left in a tournament, you're just looking to avoid these kind of tricky spots out of position where you're going to flop the second best hand quite a lot. You're going to flop you're going to flop weak holdings. Just kind of want to be avoiding those situations where you're just bleeding chips, wanting to be taking the initiative yourself or looking for candidates that do that. Tchaikovsky now on a bit of a run of cards. King, queen, tens, and now eights. Six-handed. 12 or 13 players remaining in the tournament. We are playing down to the final table tonight. So probably about an hour or so's play left. He's opening it up. Q, not interested there. And Tardik as well. Frodox out there with the 6-5. Dobos, king 6 off, no good. And queen 8 for Sherber. 845k. Versus this kind of 30 big blind opening range. Again, just gonna include a lot of hands like ace queen, king queen, queen jack, queen 10, ace 8 suited. So you don't really want to flop a pair there and have to go broke. So I think the fold looks quite tight, and you obviously would never fold for chips, but I think ICM wise it's a pretty shrewd laydown. Nines for Tardek. And sevens from Frodox. There is going to be 3-betting a third of his stack with Sherber waking up hello with the ace king and the small blind. And this is going to be quite awkward for Tardek there, who's gone for a 3x, been faced by a 3-bet from Frodox with a weird hand selection, those pocket sevens, you know. Tardek saying it's been kind of on the more snug side in terms of hand selection. I guess those guys don't know that, but Sherber, no choice but to go all in here on the short stack. I wonder what you'd have done with ace queen. That's actually a pretty tricky situation, but ace king, I guess you just shrug your shoulders and put it in. Tardek now with the nines, facing all sorts of action. I think he'll probably be looking for a reason to get out of the hand, and that's going to leave Frodox forced to call, and we're going to be seeing a huge flip here. I think with all of this action, nines kind of shriveling in value. Taking some time to mull it over. He does cover everyone, so he can't be eliminated in this hand, which is obviously quite comforting for him. Lets it go. I think that's a good laydown. A really out-of-the-box 3-bet from Frodox. Forced to call now. He's got 2/3 of his stack in there with sevens. And Sherber here with the... Will be a little bit disappointed to see those sevens over there, but he's got the ace king or the queen, backdoor spades as well. 3 on the turn, no good. Looking for a big card, and it's a 6 of spades. Sevens holding up. Unlucky there for Sherber. He had already taken down one of the main events about a month ago for just over 20,000 euros, so I'm sure that his bank balance won't be looking too badly, adding to that with a nice run here.
Not too easy. How much was it? 700, and he was already in for 450. So you're priced in. It's ugly, but he's priced in. After the free bet, it's over.
Tardek there kind of looking into the distance, thinking what could have been had I have committed my stack in with the nines, but I think in the long run a solid decision there for him. Kind of unfortunate to run into that funky 3-bet from sevens, which actually rewarded in the end, down to 5 players on the feature table.
If you tops, I fold. I cannot call against you.
Looks like he's laughing it off, but we're fairly deep stack now. 25k, 50k, shortest stack on the table with 33 big blinds. So plenty of poker to be played still today. Q with the queen 8 suited. Like to see an open here, 5-handed. Chip leader at the table. Just a bit weak for my liking. It's got everyone out covered by 2-fold, I believe. Should be looking for reasons to play hands as opposed to reasons to fold at this stage. Lots of pressure on his opponents, and if you aren't taking opens like that, you allow some of those stacks to your left, those 2.2 million stacks, to all of a sudden start to take those opens, start to get those steals through, start to cause you some problems on your left.
Straddle geht, oder was? Button-Straddle auch möglich?
Nein, wir können restraddle, re-restraddle.
Okay.
So 12 players left. Tables have been evened up now. And we are joined by Mr. Schwarzinger from Austria with 405k, ace 3 off. Gonna be a jam. 8 big blinds. He folds. Fair enough. Waiting for a better spot there than an ace. 8 big blinds in the cutoff. A little bit snug. Kind of a common theme you expect to see here. Problem is for him, obviously in the big blind ante format as well. Like it's going to come around quite soon, and his 8 big blinds are going to be down to 5.5 very quickly.
Das war der wichtigste Code.
Ich habe gehört, der letzte Import war immer der wichtigste.
Ah, stimmt auch wieder. Aber das war nicht.
Ich habe meiner Freundin vorher den Link geschickt und ich bin froh, dass ich nicht so schlecht ausschaue bisher. Das wäre sonst peinlich, oder?
So Tardik opening the button, ace deuce off, and that one's probably going to get through here. Jack deuce into the big blind for throw dogs.
I had playing many hands, but this hand is ugly.
You're making a great job.
Kommt von der Kamera hin.
Ja klar, bei der Kamera sind wir großzügig. Wenn die Kamera aus ist, ziehen wir 15% vom Preispool ab und dann Trinkgeld.
Tardik in the cutoff. Come into a lot of chips, came to the final table, to the feature table fairly short, managed to spin it up. Queen and 7-6 suited now would be a lovely candidate for a 3-bet here. Button versus cutoff. He's seen enough activity, I think, from Tardik recently. Here we go. Finally starting to see Thomas get comfortable, ease into his surroundings at the final table. At the feature table. Seen him miss a few opens, seen him miss a few potential plays, but does find the 3-bet with the 7-6 suited. I'm a big fan. What's the sizing? Looks like 295k. Okay, pretty reasonable. Possibly wanting to go a little bit bigger though. I'd say something around 325 would be kind of standard, 2.5x. Don't really want to incentivize your opponent to continue here all that often. And that's just not with your specific hand, but your range. You just kind of want to not give them such a great price to continue, force them out of the hand, take down the chips, and just pick up the open. I think the sizing that you see Tardik's even kind of tempted to come along with queen jack off, which is, you know, fairly weak hand versus this action. Looking at the demeanor, looking at the body language, does kind of suggest someone that's a little bit uncomfortable with their holding, but feels like they have to continue. And all of a sudden here, we've got a pretty big pot at this stage of the tournament. 1.6 million effective going to a pot of 715k, so just over 2 stack to pot ratio. And how's that for a flop for Thomas here? He's going to be able to c-bet that one. Don't want to be going anything really over 175k, something like that, about quarter pot. Does have ace king, ace queen. Gonna have, you know, lots of strong hands on this board. Lots of his 3-bet bluffing ranges made top pair. And what size do we see? Yeah, exactly. 205k. Not too bad with a sizing, and gets the job done. Nicely played, sir. Chip up going on here as the white 100k chips are brought into play.
The white ones are 100k?
1 Million sind die.
Tardik now limping the 10-9 suited in the hijack, so kind of an interesting play. Does get out flopped, allowing Schwarzinger there with his bottom pair to come into the action, and he is going to stab the flop for 75k. And it's going to work. Schwarzinger not fancying that pair, thinking that he might be up against an ace or a queen or some kind of flush draw a bit too often and not having great equity. So Tardik there, 46% VPIP we've seen on the feature table. He's had a lot of playable hands, which is a lovely position to be in when you're in the last 2 tables of a big tournament.
Bring it, bring it. Please bring it, bring it.
9-7 now. Not sure what the deliberation process is. Just going to be a fold. 6-5 Q. He's out of there. Just chipping up those into those new white chips that are going to be brought out. Frodox, nice hand to see in the cutoff. 9-8 suited. Certainly going to be a playable one. He pops it up to 120k, and Dobos here, ace jack off. Where do you go? Do you go for the 3-bet? Do you go for the peel? the 50k, 60k big blind now. Let's have a look. 30. No, we're still at the 25.50, I believe. So about 45 big blinds effective. And goes for the 3x3 bet. Let's see what Frodox does here with the 9-8. This is the issue now, out of position, 9-8 suited. Whoa. Okay, he's calling. I thought that that was... When people sort of speak to the dealer like that, usually it's to indicate some sort of raise. But he is going to call, and all of a sudden, again, another bloated pot out of position with 9 high on the precipice of an FT. It's a lot of unnecessary variance to be taking. Dobos here, just going to see a kind of a standard continuation bet. Doesn't need to go big. 225k should do it. Queen high board, pretty decent for him. His opponent likely to shove in hands like queens, ace, queen. So mostly just worried about some kind of hand like king, queen off. That kind of hand that he's up against. 4s and 3s should be out of there by now. And are we going to see some sorcery here from Frodox? Is he going to peel here? He's got backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. He's one of the spicier players. We've seen some pretty strong play from him so far. So tomorrow, just to give you the details on when we're going to be continuing, 4 o'clock for the main event final table coverage here from Spade Poker TV, hosting the Spade Poker main event final table coverage, 4 o'clock in the Banco Casino Bratislava. Oh, looks like he's decided to fold. After all that, I thought that there was going to be a creative play, and Dobos there, it's a big pickup. He will be loving that, because that is, when you're in that situation, you're just wanting your opponent to fold, it's a hell of a sweat, you know? Thinking, come on, let it go, out the way. Just let me have it.
Don't play with some assists like you. What do you mean? I don't think that well. I don't think that was bad for me. Really? I will see, I will see. I will see. Yeah, half an hour.
some of the information for you guys there, how to get involved with the Spade Poker franchise. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Spade Poker TV. Chuck it into the search engine. Give us a follow. We'd really appreciate all of the help and support. So Schwarzinger now all in for his last 5 or so big blinds. Going to get looked up from Tardek here, ace 5 for the 5 bigs. No chance of seeing a fold from him. Just got to be calling at this stage. You can think of, you know, he's got to call 220 into a pot of 650, getting 2 to 1, and ace 2 versus ace 5. Schwarzinger looking for the duck, Tardek looking for the 5, or some kind of 3-4 on the board and a hold. That's a 3. That's pretty good for the ace 5. If he can find a 4. No, he does find the 8. So he's looking for a 5 or a 4. And to not see a deuce. So chop it up. Split pot. And it took a little while for Schwarzinger to realise that. I can fully understand where he's coming from there. A little bit of pressure. Oh God, actually, do I win? Yeah, chop. Nice. All of those emotions and the roller coaster of the near the final table going through his head. But chops up the ante and small blind. Could be worse. Frodox, Queen 7 off. Not going to be seeing him into the pot. Dobos as well. Over to Schwarzinger, 6-5 suited. No. And Tchaikovsky with the Jack-9 on the button. Probably going to see some sort of VPIP. Not even a terrible hand to limp these. At least you get like Jack-7s to complete. 9-6, 9-5 to complete behind, dominate some of those kind of holdings, but I think the standard play is just to kind of go for a min raise. We are already up to that 60k big blind. And he gets 10 deuce suited to fold, so pretty decent win there. 2 live suited cards. If you get them out of the way and just pick up the chips variance free, that's always a good spot to be in. Dobos, pocket 4s. Yeah, borderline, but I don't mind it. Opening up to 1-2-5. He's got a very tight player on his left. And yeah, just no reason not to open, I think. 3s and 2s, probably folding those, but with the 4s, don't mind opening. Tardek here going to peel the button with Queen 9 suited. Again, fine play. Has position for the hand. Isn't going to get squeezed that much behind. Q in the small with 5-3. Probably just going to fold. And Frodox here with the king queen suited. Already seeing 400k out there. 1.9 million, so just under 30 big blind, just over 30 big blinds. Not going to be expecting Tardik to show up with much. So then it goes to what his opinion is on Dobos. How wide does he think he's opening this spot? Ships it in. Lovely play. One that a lot of people don't find in these kind of situations, and obviously once you do get that extra call, I think heads up he'd have probably just defended. But with that extra cold call in there, just an extra few big blinds can switch you from wanting to call to wanting to jam. A little bit of extra incentive there for him, and he takes it down. Nice play. Tchaikovsky looks like he's wanting to get in the mix here and kind of impose himself on this table, not seeing too much aggression from his opponent. And you know, Thomas there, ace-8 off is kind of the sort of hand at 30 big blinds effective that you might want to go for a 3-bet bluff with. Block some 4-bet jams, take it down a fair amount of the time, use the stack to your advantage. So Tchaikovsky electing to open the Jack 10, and these kind of stacks, if they do get a couple of opens through and do start to widen their ranges on the table where people aren't doing, you know, an awful lot, then you know, he can slowly chip up in the background and just make his case that bit stronger for a deep run.
Und fahre dann den ersten rein im Zug, aber dann schaffe ich es morgen nicht pünktlich daher. Das heißt, dann Auto irgendwie wieder früh im Verteilerkreis ins Park and Ride stellen. Ansonsten schaffe ich es nicht rechtzeitig her. Kann ich mir vorstellen, im Probemonat. Also nicht liebt mein Job. Ja, wobei, ich glaube, mein Chef, wenn ich ihm sage, ich habe schon 4-stellig sicher und ich kann.
So what do we got here? Tchaikovsky 8-3 suited, not going to play. Queen Deuce for Tardik. So out of there. Joined by Matus Kuchada here. Unfortunate bust out, running trips into trips. How are you feeling? Bit gutted? Unfortunate, huh? I know the feeling. It's a lot of pain. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, slow roll, yeah. He also slow roll with the queens. Queens, yeah. Yeah, what the hell? Yeah. I think maybe just pressure. Yeah. And here Schwarzinger, who's been waiting for a big hand, finds it. Kings, and he's going to be in unbelievable shape for a double up here. Kings versus King 4 suited. No folding from Frodox. And there's one, there's two. Looking to fade some hearts. Ooh. Still enough to get the pulses raising. Maybe a 7, a heart, a deuce, a 4. That gives him 2 4s to stay alive. It's a 10. Nice little double up there from the pocket kings. Easy game. And maybe an advocate of keeping solid, keeping disciplined, getting that double up. Now he's kind of back in it, you know, he's back up to what would look to be around 9 big blinds. He can make it happen. Mr. Schwarzinger there, yeah, 10 big blinds. Kind of a low aggression frequency. Not really doing an awful lot. Missed a couple of open jams, but here he is, still in the tournament. So that kind of tight is right style paying off for him. How much did you cash for? No? 1,000? How much? Yeah. One? Oh, it's a profit, yeah. Easy. Tardik 8-6. Taking a lot of time, this player, and he folds. And Q seems very tight. I think with the chip lead and the ace, you have to be opening here. Oh, he does find it this time. He's missed a lot of these. Goes for 130. Quite impressed by Frodox's play so far. He's definitely found some spots that I think others are shying away from. 8-7 not the best hand with ICM. Wanting to have some sort of ace blocker or broadways or something like that instead. Those kind of low suited connectors definitely go down in value, so good fold there. Schwarzinger with his ace out of the way, and Tchaikovsky queen 6 off. Not a playable hand for him. Shipovitsky is the prediction here. On Spade Poker YouTube, Instagram, Facebook will be a link, yeah.
Oops. Oops. I was hoping you will not see it.
You know any of the players?
Backdoor straight and backdoor flush. And backdoor 2 pair.
No?
Yeah.
You know? Oh.
Backdoor 1
Yeah.
pair.
Yeah. Ace queen, yeah. Lots of hands for Q, picking up another premium. Ace queen off. Getting that last one through with the ace deuce. Starting to pick up some chips, which is always good for the confidence levels. But I mean, he has 5 million chips. He should be opening almost every hand at this stage. He really can push it that far, just because of the amount of pressure he puts on and how top heavy the prize pool payouts are. Wanting to just be getting in as much as possible. Scherzinger there folding the king jack, 6-handed on the button, 10 bigs versus the chip lead open. I think he should be shoving that, to be honest.
Yes, yes, I will speak louder. But just because of you. Oh, that was you.
King jack for Frodox, opening it up to 150. And Dobos here with the 2 7s. Counting a stack. Looks like he's got about 1.8 million there, so kind of awkward. 30 big blinds versus under the gun open. Who is also opening into the chip leader, which is something to be aware of. 6-handed, jamming it in. Oh, it's 2.3 million. This is, I think, a little bit over the top. Definitely if you had a hand like Ace Queen would be a little bit better, just kind of blocking the strong hands that can turn up behind. But sevens here, just, you know, not really achieving an awful lot. Yeah, you pick it up sometimes, but just the times that you're running into the strong hand there, your equity is so poor with the sevens. So, you know, 30, he was, I think, 40 big blinds effective with some of the players behind him. A ballsy play that's worked out in this this time, but I think a little bit unnecessary so deep in a tournament. Don't think the risk reward is quite there. Tchaikovsky, King 9 suited. Nice hand to find in the cutoff. And Tardik now down to the 1.4 million. 60k big blind. Pretty simple decision. Just going to be an all-in. And just not really looking to play too much post-flop as a medium stack in these kind of situations. Just taking it down. And he again goes for this kind of small 3-bet that we saw him do earlier with the ace-10. At least with ace queen, he's, you know, going to keep in loads of dominated hands. King 9 suited. Going to be continuing though, and as you see, like jamming gets this hand to fold, and now all of a sudden he's playing a 900k pot at stack to pot ratio of 1, and he's going to get outflopped quite a lot. Doesn't on this occasion. Interesting to see now how he's going to navigate this board. Does he just shove the flop? Does he go for the small bet? What's he doing versus an all-in? You know, lots of questions here. Luckily on this occasion, Tchaikovsky's completely missed and can't really do anything.
I know that you bluff me. I know, bro. But I'm not better. I know, I think you're better, but I know that you bluff me. If I re-raise you fold, 100%. I know that's good.
Den Blasen gehen Sie noch.
That's it.
Jack 10 for Tchaikovsky. Not the sort of player to shy away from these opens. Good to see. Straight back in there, and cute on the button here. King 4 suited, kind of a reasonable hand for a 3-bet bluff here. You block some of the strong hands in Tchaikovsky's range. You know he's been quite an active player. I think got a VPIP in some way, shape or form here. Just really want to be putting pressure on our opponents, not letting them get away with all of these opens all the time, letting them slowly build up. He's got a really good situation here where he's got 5 million chips and everyone else is kind of in that 10 to 30, 40 big blind range. And if he sort of, you know, leans on the table a little bit more, uses these kind of hands, finds this aggression. You know, we've seen a running theme of people just not willing to put the chips in that light. So if you're the guy that's always asking the question, knocking on the door, especially with the chip lead, it's gonna do you a lot of good. Just strengthening your chance of winning the tournament, which is something that you can do. You can put a big dent in. You can't win it on day 2, but you can definitely get yourself into the final table with just a massive chip lead, and that can be done by applying pressure on the last 2 tables where people are going to be extremely tight, extremely nervous, extremely worried to bust. So Tchaikovsky, Tardek again wasting time, not sure why. Tchaikovsky King Jack, just getting a lot of these kind of like medium to strong hands to open. Frodox here, King Jack on the button, 5-handed. Looks like he's going to peel. Don't blame him. Hand flops quite well at low SPRs. Has the button and has a very tight big blind who's just not going to squeeze jam that often. What are we going to see Schwarzinger do? He just folds the ace-7, so not even considering a jam or peeling. You know, just out of there. (9-4-3). I think it's a board that is so dry and disconnected that you want to be betting this as the under the gun player. You're going to have all of the overpairs. Going to be unlucky to run into a strong hand that can peel here. Frodox not really having a backdoor flush draw, just the 2 overs in an ICM heavy spot. Ooh, he bets 95k though. This might get a peel from Frodox. Got some backdoors. Very small c-bet. Does call. Just going to quickly go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Apologies for the wait there, nature called. Q, Jack 8, not electing to open again. Frodox here just jamming the, very jam happy. 25 big blinds or so, just king 10 off, you know. Yeah, it does work a lot of the time, but when it doesn't, you get called, you're in really, really bad shape. So I think that min raising there could be the play.
Vor allem, ich mag das Blau von meinem Hemd, das passt gut ins Fernsehbild.
Ja, mein Board ist so weit, das ist nicht schlecht.
Das Einzige, ich habe nur in meinem WhatsApp habe ich nur gelesen, wieso überlegst du so lange mit der Hand? Was spielst du da? Und es hieß, hier sind die gleichen Bananen wie privat.
Mhm. Die kennen die schon länger, ne?
King Queen, just jamming again. Just a shade under 30 bigs. Not sure why,
Ganz geringfügig
but
markiert.
it's going to work again.
Gorman prosím, deck
He's
change.
up to 1.7 million.
Deck Change ist am TV-Tisch ein Problem.
So spielen wir nicht weiter.
Ein teures Problem.
No, it was a free of clubs or free of spades.
Big banana.
Paradox again, just piling it in. Ace King suited, such a great hand, you know, scaring out all of these potential hands you could be playing against. Kind of lost his mind a little bit. And by the looks of it, playing a hand for hand. Table of 5 and a table of 6. Schwarzinger, surely it's got to go. He's been patient, but you can't really get much more patient than folding King Queen off suit. Oh my word. Good lord. That is what the pressure of the situation does to people. I just don't know how you can expect to win a poker tournament if you're folding King Queen off, you know. 4, 8 big blinds or less.
Ich weiß nicht, ich habe keine Ahnung, was man mit der Hand macht. Keine Ahnung, im Blind Battle gegen relativen Shortstack 5-6 auf. Wenn ich es nur aufzahle, wird er wahrscheinlich den größten Teil seiner Range einstellen. Fisch, Fisch, Fisch. Riba, Riba, Riba.
Okay, so back at it. 8-7 off. Jack 6 for Q. Folds. Products in there with 5-4 off. Goes for the call, and we've got a same hand versus same hand, so usually a case of whoever wants it most, unless both players somehow connect. And Dobos flopping slightly better, same hand, but with the 4 of spades. Going for a cheeky little stab at it of, I'd imagine, 60k. And you're going to see a call here. Can't really fold a pair, blind versus blind for 1 bet. 10 on the turn.
You crazy guy.
And some nice friendly antics there, dropping it up.
I'm fucking idiot, I'm folding.
If we bet on the
Ich hab nur 56 viel.
Ja, schlechte Position.
Oh yeah, I'm very crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Only not today, I don't know why.
I know you
At least we're a little bit.
Tchaikovsky, Queen 9 suited. Hasn't been shy to take the opens, and a nice one here. Queen 9. Exit 135. Paradox in with the 10s, and no choice but to fold.
Ah, Gott sei Dank eindeutig nicht. Gut, dass ich der feiteste Spieler an dem Tisch bin. Ich meine, viele setzen Druck, aber ich wähle jetzt einfach meinen Spot sauber und also versuche ich zumindest. Und solange die Kameras an sind, versuche ich schon Blödsinn zu machen.
Tardik now, ace deuce suited under the gun. Very playable. Good candidate for an open. Goes on the chunkier side, 160. Q picking up another strong hand, pocket 10s. Just going to have to resign to being forced to get this one in here.
Playing around 2 million.
you run into a better hand, then so be it. Calls, jeez, very tight. You know, it's not just about being scared to get it in, but
160.
you know, it's also the case where you want to deny his hands like Queen Jack, King Jack, King Queen, hands that fold to a 3-bet. Now all of a sudden have all of this equity. And Tchaikovsky in there with Queen Jack suited, so 3 pretty playable hands going to a flop here. Let's see who flops best, and it is Tchaikovsky flopping top pair with the Queen. Goes for the check. So Thomas is going to stab at it with his 2 10s, and Tchaikovsky now launching it home for a lot of big blinds here.
1,5 circa.
This is also another reason why you 3-bet the 10s pre-flop. You know, you just allow the big blind to come in. He gets to realize some of his equity. And you get into a spot like this where the big blind has got all sorts of hands here, like, you know, hearts, 7x potentially would be quite aggressive. Some Queen X, but just lots of draws. We don't have a 10 of hearts, so we unblock kind of some of these draws. Don't think you're going to see him ramming in like 5-6 or 4-5, but 7x of hearts, flush draws. %, equity for Q.
Sick ist, ich habe die beste Hand. I have the best hand. For sure. So sick. Das Deck ist so gesund. Ich bin so ein Idiot, weil ich nicht behind checke. 9-10, Jack 10. Du musst mal ein bisschen helfen, dann geht's schneller. No time, I fold.
And he does eventually find the fold, but not happy about it. Probably more not happy about the pre-flop decision as opposed to the post-flop spot that he kind of got himself into there, just flattening the 10s. As the chip leader does have free reign to be way more aggressive than he is showing, so Something to think about for him on the break, because it looks like that's what we're going to. We're going to be back in around 10 or 15 minutes. 11 players left at the Spade Poker main event. We will see you very shortly. Bye-bye.
oder slowenisch?
Also Tschechisch und Slowakisch.
Korrekt, also ich habe simultan übersetzt.
Okay. Das Tiri weiß ich auch schon, ne?
Stiri ist 4.
Ja, gut. Du wirst erst was checken. Wer ist die erste? Tiri von Swan. Also Mischmasch, ne?
Ja. Ich kann nur bitte und danke.
Hello guys, welcome back for the closure of the day 2 action here at the Spade Poker main event in the Bangkok Casino. Coming to you live from Bratislava. Here's the lineup for our feature table with 11 players left at present. We have 4 Austrian players, Schwarzinger, Schikowski, Frodox and Thomas. 1 player from Hungary and the Slovakian contingent there sat in seat 8. So Schwarzinger here, he has played extremely tight and just kind of folding his way down. 80k big blind now, going to have to make a move soon. Missed the shove with the king queen and can't just expect to wait for sort of jacks plus kind of range. So Tardek here facing the limp, just going to have to be all in. Good luck. And again, just kind of misunderstanding the spot. You know, you don't really want to play post flop here with the ace-7. You're not really dominating anything, and you're just creating variance. If the guy's like, if your opponent's limp calling like 9-8, a hand that will fold to the jam. You know, 2 live cards quite a lot of the time up against you, and just want to be shoving, taking it down, moving on to the next hand.
Oh, sorry. Ich treibe bitte nicht, weil er sich groß macht.
So Frodox opening it, nope, sorry, folding. Schwarzinger now. It is go time. Queen Jack, it's gonna have to go, buddy. There it is. Rips it in the cutoff, but runs into the pocket rockets. American Airlines. Aces, number 1. Name it what you like. It is the perler of a hand and the best in the game pre-flop. So, how does he play it? Quite like to see a peel, because you know, doing anything apart from calling here is just going to look a little bit too strong. Like clicking it, I don't think that works. And then by calling, you allow players to shove hands behind that might fold if you were to raise or go all in. So, aces versus Queen Jack. Schwarzinger here at risk and 14% to stay in the tournament. Not looking likely at all. Let's see if he gives himself at least a sweat on the flop. No, it's the ace-high board. Backdoor clubs or straight the only way now. 6%. Dead on a lot of turn cards, and that is one of them, the deuce of diamonds, and that is going to be that.
Nein, wieso? Wenn einer ausscheidet, dann ist es vorbei für heute.
Nein, dann 8 Stunden. Bis zu 8 oder 16 Level.
As you see there, Spade Poker Tour putting on this fantastic event, surpassed the guarantee, and had a great week of tournament action, culminating in this business end of the main event. On day 2, 10 players left at present. Schikowski folding the 5-4. Tardek on the button. 20 big blinds. Goes for the open. And Q not going to be able to do anything with the 7 deuce there over to Frodox. 10-5, he's out as well, I would imagine. Does defend with the 10-5 off. That is very speculative. Tardek flopping top pair. Goes for the small bet, like to see it. Takes it down. So every pot matters now. You see Tchaikovsky, even with that small hand with the aces versus Queen Jack, just eliminating him gives him a bit more breathing space up to the 80k big blind, so just over 30. And Tardek now in the cutoff. Can't see his cards, but he's opening it up. Q, as the chip leader, has been a little bit on the passive side. King 4, can't really do much with that. And Frodox here, ace queen, going to be all in. Super tough spot for Tardek here. Yeah, 20 big blinds. Kind of just got a call. Frodox has been all in, all over the place, and yeah, big spot. Big spot for both players now. And it's just going to be left to fate. Frodox likes to see that. Actually doesn't, because it's going to be more outs for Tardek. He's got 4 10s instead of 3 jacks now. Ace on the turn gives some opportunities, but the 4 on the river is going to be a hold for Frodox. Tardek just sat in his seat there, just hoping that he's at least got something to play with, but the graphics tell us that he has been eliminated in 10th position. So we're down to 9 players, so we're going to have the unofficial final table and I believe play down to 8. So let's just wait for all of the dealer work to be done. Just counting the chips.
I don't think so.
Und da hat er Millionen liegen, 1,3, 1,4, 1,450, er spielt 1,9.
Nein, das ist nicht klar.
Wie viel hat er? 1,9?
Ja, aber das sind 800, 900,
Das ist eine Million.
eine Million.
1,4.
1,5. 1,7.
1,57.
1,8. 1,9.
Cover, zeig her.
160. Ja, um einen Chip.
Um 5.000.
Um einen Chip gecovert. Ja, er hat 5.000 weniger.
Um einen blauen. Okay. Good luck. Thank you.
Was nice, thank you.
Congratulations.
Wichtigste Hand im Turnier, ha?
And all the counting been done.
Er hätte lieber die verloren.
Does
Nein, natürlich nicht.
make the elimination official.
Super 7 gegen Ass König.
Down
Ach so,
to
ja,
9
stimmt.
players.
Sagen wir so, wenn es danach geht, dann war der Flip, den ich im 8. Level gespielt habe und Tag 1 auch der witzigste.
Mein Tilt in Level 2 war auch. Und ist kommen. Also das hätte ich auch nicht da sitzen wahrscheinlich. Also.
Nur auf die eine Hand gespart, die du dann sagen willst. Das ist die eine Hand, die wir dort
Ja,
sitzen.
entweder du bist nicht mehr im Turnier oder ich bin nicht mehr im Turnier. Wenn wir uns morgen wieder sehen, dann kann ich es da immer noch nicht sagen.
Ja, dann sagst du es mal morgen.
Dann sage ich es da, falls wir uns dann morgen noch da sehen. Sicher.
Ich denke schon, aber
Ja, ich hoffe doch. Ich weiß nicht, wie es am anderen Tisch ausschaut, aber...
Okay, guys,
eine sehr
full
short.
redraw,
Sehr short,
okay?
oder zwei sehr
So
short, ja.
I will give you chip trace and we are gonna full redraw.
Redraw.
Everybody understood?
Ja.
No?
But we are playing them 9-handed or?
Yeah, you play 9-handed here.
Perfect,
and
perfect.
Ah,
once you are
nine-handed,
8, fine.
Perfect.
So,
Final move for today.
we can go for a cigarette.
Yeah, you can go for a cigarette, we will do everything.
So we're going to take a short break and wait for the final table to get sorted. We'll be back very shortly. Right then, welcome back. Welcome back to the unofficial final table of 9. Going to be playing down to 8 players. And as you see, the table we've got not quite able to host all 9 players. So Patrick Koenig there is kind of tucked in next to the dealer, as if he were sort of the linesman in a football game. Katowice, 4.2 million. Unfortunately, we're not seeing Joachim, the winner of the high roller, who had a huge stack. He was up to over 3 million at one stage, so it looks like he might have been involved in a big pot with Katowice. And Q finding some aggression, 9-handed now, where, you know, on a 5-handed final 5-handed table, he was kind of shying away somewhat. So 3-betting the king queen, 360k versus the 160k open. Katowice, queen jack offsuit, just not really going to be able to continue here unless he's going to find some sort of 4-bet. Don't think he's going to call. Does look like he's reaching for some 4-betting chips here. Been really impressed with this player. He's looked very strong so far from what we've seen. Unflinched by the situation. And he makes it 870. Q now in a tough spot. Does have him very dominated, but how can he ever think that he's in such good shape in this situation? First hand of the final table, who wants it more? Does look like the pole. Katowice is going to get this one through. Or are we going to see more levels? Let's it go. Lovely play there from Katowice, straight in with the 4-bet.
Blocking 3 potential hands. You can tell me now, or I have to wait for 10 minutes. I don't like to make jokes for me. I thought live poker is for talking. Hey.
Chesney, ace-6 suited, under the gun 1, 9-handed. Yeah, it's a fair fold. So many people you're up against. Got a couple of short stacks in there as well.
Ich dachte, ich finde es nicht leibend, dass da die Leute so unkommunikativ sind auf dem Tisch. Vielleicht mag er mich einfach nicht, oder ich sollte mal wieder duschen gehen.
Ding dong, pocket kings for Oswald in the big blind. We'll be seeing a 3-bet, just a question of how much. I would imagine something around 650. Ooh, very chunky, 875. Really giving himself any room to bluff there, because you do want to have 3-bet folds in that spot, and 875 you kind of have to 3-bet call everything, so interesting. Stanek there, the short stack, 7 big blinds, 635k. He's the man in the danger zone and the most likely person to be eliminated before we do go to that final table of 8 tomorrow. Deuces for Oswald. So gonna go for a 3-bet here. Okay. So 600k. Interesting that when he was out of position last hand with the pocket kings, he went way bigger. So something to pick up there. Gets it through.
Ich habe gehört, der spielt halt nicht zum ersten Mal.
Ich glaube keiner hier.
Oh ja, ich spiele heute zum ersten Mal. Ich habe heute wirklich noch nicht gespielt vorher.
Achso, heute.
Das ist die erste Dreite, die am ganzen heutigen Tag nicht funktioniert hat. Ich kenne das gar nicht.
Frodox limping in the small blind with 8-3 suited. I think as you'd want to be playing almost every hand in this kind of situation. Gonna see a lot of checkbacks. 9-7. Not the hand to be ISOing here. Just a hand that plays quite well. You know, reopen the action. Does get it to work this time, but just a hand that plays okay. Checking back in position. Not achieving an awful lot. Does work, and he does pick up the chips though, so fair play. Seat 8, you can see the short stack. Just realising that he's going to be round in the blinds very shortly. Getting ready for his fate. Thomas, good fold. Stanek, less than perfect blinds. Ace-4, not going to be good enough. Kunik out the way. Dobos as well, I would imagine. Tchaikovsky, never afraid to open it up. He's in there, 9-7 suited. Sort of player that's got the strategy of, well, I'm going to keep knocking at the door until people fight back, and not many people are fighting back, and that's how he's managed to retain his way into this tournament. Chesney here, Queen 6 off, but he will be met by appeal from Katowice with a King Deuce suited. Certainly a hand that wants to be bit. Interesting flop, ace 3-5. Slightly favouring the hijack, obviously, being ace high, but the big blind is going to have hands like 5-3 suited, deuce 4 suited. Ace 3 off that the hijack isn't going to have. So not as much of an advantage as you'd first think. And Katowic here with the backdoor flush draw, gut shot. I think this check raise is coming and it's going to achieve a hell of a lot. Looks like that's exactly what he's done. Don't need to go too big here as well. It's quite a large sizing he's gone for. You're just mostly targeting the snap fold region, you know, like hands that dominate you, like king, queen, king, jack, avoid turning a king and, you know, being dominated, and Tchaikovsky, unfortunately, just has to fold there. On we go now, Stanek under the gun, getting dicey, gonna have to pay that big blind ante and the big blind next hand. Katowic in the small, jack 7, just going to be going for an ISO. Putting the pressure on his opponent, 2.5x, decides that he doesn't need to go that big. Thomas here. Maybe looking for a 3-bet. And that's going to get the job done this time. Nicely played. Rodox picking up the pocket queens here. 3.8 million in the hijack. Doesn't get much better than this. Likes to go for an open. Will he be met by any resistance from his opponents behind? Stanek with the ace-4. Yeah, just going to have to go with it, unfortunately, at this stage. And he is the last remaining player before day 3. Everyone else on the table is going to be rooting against him. Never a fun spot to be in. And he's looking for an ace, and an ace only, to keep his hopes and dreams alive of claiming the Spade Poker main event title. With the short stack, ace in the big blind has to go, and Frodox completes the formality. Pocket queens not going anywhere. So let's run some flops, turns and rivers, shall we, dealer? The suspense is killing us. Oh! Ace on the flop. And Stanek there with a big exhalation leans into the table, for he knows that he is now an overwhelming favourite to continue in the tournament. Frodox looking for a queen. That's the side door. Close, but not close enough. Queen and a queen only to eliminate Mr. Stanek there, sitting back, having a little bite of the nails. Stressful stuff, but it is the 7 of diamonds on the river, continuing his run in this main event up to 1.2 million, and out of nowhere, looked a bit dicey there, gets himself into the big blind, pays the big blind ante, and all of a sudden up to 15 big blinds, and very much part of this tournament.
To be honest, I'm happy for you, but to be honest, everybody's rooting for you.
Everybody lose 800. Everybody lose 800.
I know. I can feel it.
I'm losing a little bit sleep.
Seven, 6 of diamonds for Katowice here. I think we're going to be seeing some form of VPIP, and Thomas, King 9 suited. Kind of a nice hand that can go either way, flatting or 3-betting. Folding? Oh, no, 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 no. That is ridiculously tight, but he gets away with it as he is met with the shove from Stanek. Patrick Kunik there folds the big blind. Katowice hands in the cookie jar here with that cheeky open. Very standard nonetheless, just ran into a good hand, and yeah, Stanek showing that he had the goods, and I think everyone would believe him. He was all in faster than you can say Jack the Ripper.
I don't follow you.
Meine Hand muss man immer 3 Betten abwarten. Wir sehen es dann 20 Minuten, aber meine Hand muss man immer 3 Betten abwarten. Ich bin so schlecht. Ich bin so schlecht und so glücklich.
On we go. A little bit frustrating, I would imagine, for some of those sort of short / medium stacks, hoping to, you know, get the chips bagged up. 8 left. Tell the friends and family at home, Mom, I made it, I'm on the final table. But not to be just yet. 1 to go as the tension ramps up here at the Banco Casino. So ace-10 suited and booted, ready for an open, I should think, from Mr. Frodox, who's not been shying away from getting involved. Really duly obliges with popping it up to what looks like 220. A little bit on the chunkier size. Starting to see a theme of players that are kind of know that they should open their hand but aren't necessarily that comfortable with it. Just making it slightly bigger just to try and scare away their opponents. if he did have a hand like aces, kings, or queens, would he really be bombing it for 220? I think not. 4-3 suited for Dobos. Ooh, I saw that all-in triangle next to his name there. I was getting a little bit worried for the sake of the Hungarian support, if you are tuning in. But don't worry, he wasn't all-in with 4 high. He was, in fact, folding, so good stuff. Ace Jack off for Frodox. What sizing are we going to see this time? Does he stick with the 220? Does he go smaller? Looks like he's sticking with it. 220 to go.
Oh my god, you're fucking bluffing me. All that bluff. Oh my god. My free bet is sick and your 4 bet is
Kunik
sick.
flatting the button. I imagine he's going to have some kind of hand like, you know, lots of pairs, pocket 8s, pocket 7s, 9s, hands like king queen, potentially king jack, king 10 suited. Ace queen, he might not want to jam versus under the gun 1, which is fair enough. Oh no, this is this is a very loose play from Tchaikovsky. I was quite impressed with him, but king 4 is just not a hand that's going to play well multi-way on a final table. You're not really incentivized to enter the pot because you want the other 2 players to collide, which makes you money. The more chips that other people put in against each other means that, you know, the more likely you are to make that ladder up. And Frodox here, great board for his under the gun range. Going massive by the looks of it. Just doesn't really need to bet that big when he's the only one having like aces, kings, and ace king. But he does get a peel out of Patrick. And I think at this stage, Patrick Kunik likely to have some kind of hand like ace queen, ace 10, ace jack, ace 9 suited. I don't think he's even going to be peeling queen jack, jack 10, queen 10 versus this kind of action. And Frodox just all in on the turn, saying if you got a better hand, mate, good luck to you. And Kunik folds. Wow. Wasn't expecting a fold there. I thought he was going to be very ace-x heavy. Potentially might just be peeling one off with a hand like king queen suited. Which, you know, when you think about Tchaikovsky's overcall there with the king 4 just going to be dominated by both players quite a lot of the time, you really need to flop a miracle with king 4 off.
I should play 20 euro tournaments and not casino.
Ace 3 off for Stanak, and he wants to get involved. Oh my god, is he shoved? Oh, 200. Well, it's going to work this time. It looked like a lot of chips that were going in front there. And I think that 7-6 off does have the lead versus the 2.5x. It's close. Stanak, what a flop he's found after that loose open with the ace 3. We'll be delighted to see that board. Oswald already kind of giving the game up there with the
We have
cheeky looking grin. And yeah, not a bad check back actually, kind of your worst ace. Allowing your opponent maybe to catch up and hit something. And he's got himself into a situation here where Oswald here is probably going to be the only person that has a straight now, you know. I think that you would have seen a continuation bet from the Jack-10 suited of Stanek, so pretty decent. Yeah, I like the size. It goes, what, 375, something like that? Yeah, 375, leaving about 2/3 pot on the river. And once you get to this spot with 7-6, you've just got a jam, and unfortunately he's run into 2 pair here, but so it's not going to work on this occasion. But I think that this is a really profitable shove. I think most of the hands that Stanek's going to be checking back on the flop are hands like Queen Jack, King Queen, Queen 10, and doesn't find the aggression on the river with all of those hands that would likely fold. Stanek not electing to jam, just going for the kind of milky size, going about 625 he's gone, leaving 350 behind, and just gets the snap fold from the 7 high. Well dodged from Oswald there. I think if I was in his position I would have lost my lost about 900k on the river there. Just thinking of all the hands that you put under a severe amount of pressure.
Sagen, wenn ich zu viel geweint habe, ich möchte mal ein bisschen weinen, weil mich mit Dame Bube 4 bettet.
Nice comeback.
Ah, the reason I thought he was all in is because that is in fact obviously Patrick Koenig stacked there in seat 9 right next to the dealer.
Okay, a few minutes I will be.
No. We will see.
Chesney's not going to be entering the pot. Spot for Q here. And because these guys are so deep, I actually think there's an argument for just peeling here. With Ace King and the amount of ICM in play, he is going to 3-bet. I think that's kind of what most people revert to, but got to think ahead. What do you do versus a 4-bet here? Are you just getting it in for your 4 million? At 80k big blind with all of these short stacks and all of these like potential ladders. And that's why flatting's quite nice, because you can get some situations where someone might jam ace queen behind, Katowicz folds, and you know you get to get all in versus with great equity and your hands kind of disguised versus the jam behind. So Ace King here just 3-betting. It's, you know, obviously kind of a fairly standard play as well. But on final tables, the situation means that you do have to respect those kind of battles that you might be getting into versus other large stacks, and he makes it quite small, as you see here, just under 2.5x, so it does invite his opponent to come along. 8-7 king. Flop, Katowicz completely missing it. Just got a couple of backdoor draws, but nothing that's going to allow him to continue in the hand. Ace King on on a final table, you can really take your sizings down a little bit because the efficiency of your bet, you know, remains the same whether you bet sort of like 20% here or a third or half pot. So something around 200k I think would be the way to go. Quite a relaxed kind of temperament and demeanor that he's giving off there when people kind of slide their chips into the pot like that, as opposed to force the stack in with strong hand. So good stuff, takes it down. Decent flop for him there. That would have certainly soothed a few nerves after seeing his opponent continue.
Let's see, it was from the
50,000, 100,000,
Now the ace-4 off the cue does manage to get away. Patrick Koenig all in for 900k, just about 11 big blinds. Couple of hands that might have opened, can't really call the all in. Frodoxon small with king 8 suited, he's not going to be in there, and we get round to Schnesny the big blind, queen 4 off. Also going to be just letting that one go. Ace King once again for Q. Goes to 230 and Stanak here, Ace Queen. Nice call. Definitely doesn't want to be committing a stack versus the under the gun open. I like the way he's playing it so far. You can go for like a 3-bet fold. Kind of using Ace Queen as a bit of a bluff, you know, trying to get hands like 8s, 7s to fold, something like that. Jack 10 suited, you don't mind getting out of there as well. Just really tight range. Chesney here with the suited ace. Seeing two pretty strong ranges already, you know, under the gun's opened, under the gun +1, playing 25 big blinds is called. Ace 3 kind of shrinking in value versus those actions ahead of him, so nicely done there, gets out the way. We see a flop of 8-6 deuce, and it's a good board for Thomas really, because Stanak, is he going to be flatting 6s here on the final table? I don't think so. Potentially has pocket 8s in there, but
My water is there, in the back.
how long we have to play? We have to play until 8 players, or
Nothing about it.
no.
Everything good.
What sizing do we see here? $185k. I think we're going to have to come along as Stanek here. Your opponent can still have hands that we're doing pretty well against. Hands like King Queen, Queen Jack. You know, we can flop top pair against on the turn, take it down. Really interested to see what Thomas elects to do now. Going to 1.1 million in there, 1.8 million effective, so around about 1.5 stack to pot ratio. Does have that ace of clubs. Some hands in Stanek's range that he could apply pressure on now, you know, hands like pocket nines, pocket tens. Potentially ace eight suited, although I think he probably folds pre-flop. So ace jack, he probably is only calling suited, and he doesn't block one of those, so there's going to be hands like ace jack of diamonds, ace jack of spades. That's really the only jack that he's probably worried about. Maybe king jack in spades and diamonds. He does block one of those. So not an awful lot of jack X in his opponent's range. But Stanek coming along for the ride again, and you've got to think that he is gonna have to unload the clip on the river if check to, and I'd love to see what this river play is gonna be, because this is just a horrible board for Thomas. Now pocket tens improves, jack 10 suited maybe that he has, just peeling the flop with some backdoors versus the tiny sizing. Really tough board to navigate now for Thomas. After that kind of smallish turn size. He's going to go for another one. What's he trying to get to fold here? Pocket nines? I mean, would you even bet? I guess you could bet aces and kings and queens for this kind of size, but if Stanek can find a shove here, this would be very impressive. I'm not sure if he's going to. So it's an interesting situation that doesn't really pop up that much, bluffing with the best hand. Not really thinking about his opponent's range here. He's so lucky that he's actually up against a hand that, you know, has to fold. Really fortunate to find a fold there. I think, you know, ace queen, you might have thought that that folded the turn or at some point anyway, so once he actually thinks about what his opponent's arriving at the river with, he's been very fortunate there with that kind of that line, the river sizing, not really getting many folds. He's not going to fold almost anything to that size, and he's almost in the decision with ace queen, which shows that if you're not getting a better hand to fold and only worse hands are folding, efficiency of the bet diminishes in value somewhat.
What did you have?
So now up to the 100k blind level, which means that the blind, big blind, is actually 2 starting stacks in the tournament.
I think we can see both his live.
So we've come a long way. 9 left. Q Thomas with the ace king there.
So then I had the best hand. Oh my God.
Telling his opponent Stanek, yeah, I did have ace king, or I don't know what they're saying, but I think Stanek will be as shocked as that as we are.
Oh my God, I'm bluffing with the best hand.
You give me your word.
Yeah, I give. We will see. I promise. On my little son.
I have the ace queen.
Wow. Why not get it in pre-flop? No. I don't want to be greedy.
We will see next time. I was shaking under the table. Come on, please fold, please fold. And now I'm folding. I'm folding.
Queens for Szczesny. Pops it up to 255. Seeing a little bit of a theme there of these kind of levels of comfort. The players just wanting to get a little bit more fold equity, wanting to get more money in the pot, wanting to make the pot bigger, you know. Potentially linked with, you know, being slightly uncomfortable in the situation, which is fair enough. It's a big situation, big final table, a lot of money to be played for here. Every pay jump is thousands of euros.
The person will win who wants the pot more. I wanted a little bit more.
Patrick Koenig all in for 12 bigs under the gun. See if he is going to face any resistance. Gets himself over to the hijack. Safe so far. Cut off. A no, no, no. And a decision here. Oh no, that's still Szczesny with the jack 5 off. That is a little bit boring, isn't it? People just taking 10 seconds to fold complete trash. Sixes for Q in the small blind. Somewhat of a decision, but they are 9-handed and unsure as to what sort of hands Patrick Koenig's going to be jamming. Does he have ace-5 suited? Does he have fives? Does he have fours? All the questions you need to be asking yourself in this spot. Obviously, being the 9th player on the table, set up for 8, we don't know, but I would guess not, to be honest, because you do have Stanek there in the big blind, who's quite short as well. I think we're going to see Q fold here, just from the way he's played so far. Kind of went for that weird non-committed bluff with the ace-king. Hasn't really imposed himself as much as he could have with that chip lead on occasion. And jack 5 suited for Stanek, just going to be obviously thrust into the middle. Down now to 13 bigs.
Snap fold. I only play aces, kings, queens.
He wanted to double
1
up.
million.
Yeah, I prefer playing tomorrow with 5 million than 4 million.
I show pocket 3, pocket 4.
Really? Freeze? I don't think you shuffle freeze. Really?
It's okay. Your queens.
My queens are
Yes.
not. Yeah.
We will see it on TV.
No, his hand is not.
Oh my god!
You must
The
call
only
when you
reason
see.
I folded is because I can see it on TV. Oh my god.
You don't see my card.
Show one hand before.
Yeah, and
Queen jack suited. Nice one to pop it up with. Nothing playable as we get to Q on the button. Queen 10, got 2 short stacks behind, but at the same time, isn't going to get squeeze jammed on much, but I still think that the play here would be to lean towards 3-betting, because it does, you know, calling here and then someone shoving 7s behind, and then you've got to kind of cool them off, makes things awkward. So, you know, you can deny a lot of those kind of situations. Oh, it's very, very tight stuff. Not finding the VPIP there as the chip leader. Think of it, you know, how difficult it is to play out of position versus the guy that has you out chipped on a final table. It's extremely tough. So even by at a minimum of calling, you're going to see a lot of situations where you can take down the pot uncontested on lots of boards where your opponent just simply hasn't connected or isn't unlikely to connect. You know, it comes 6-5-3. Unless your opponent has an overpair, they just can't really do anything. And all in from Patrick Kunik, gets called by the Queen Jack, and we're off to the races. Let's see what we've got here. Let's see the overhead cam, hopefully, because we're not picking up. Oh, he's got Ace 9 versus Queen Jack. So everyone on the table praying for the Queen Jack, King or 8. 4 on the turn. That's a really safe card for Patrick. Looking for anything but King, Jack, 8 or Queen. And it's a 5. He stays alive, and Frodock's now down to 2.9 million. Good stuff there. Nice hold.
Thank you. Now open. Let's go. Right draw. How good? How good? Yeah. Right draw. Open. How good call? No zavodí, lebo na flash draw, keď som flash draw posielal, tak mi nehrajú, to je diálne, no? Takže časom flash draw. Som to preto šalo, lebo som dal diálne. Áno.
Áno, do púga ide to. No, co?
Oswald, Ace, King. Gets round to Stanek on the button with the King 10. Peels. Different spot here, you know, when I was saying about Q's Queen 10 fold being quite tight. Here, Stanek just, you know, up against a pretty tight range on the short stack himself. Just not really thinking it through, and oh no. Oh, and Dobos here coming in with Jack 4 off in a situation where he wants the other two players to collide. You know, he wants Stanek to flop something and cause some kind of collision with Oswald. And Jack 4 just, yeah, not a strong play. Has such limited playability, especially out of position 3-ways on a final table where you're going to find it difficult to put chips in without having flopped something big. Jack 4 just not going to be cutting it. So Oswald here flopping top 2 3-ways. What sort of size is he going to go for? Looks like a very quick bet of around half pot. And yeah, just gets the King 10 to fold. You know, if he'd have managed to find a smaller size there, pair and a gut shot would have been able to keep it in. And just bombing it and taking it down. So good stuff. Nice hand. So 10-3 suited.
Can't sleep.
Taking it down to Stanek. See his hand, but just getting one through.
Turbo.
Just want to build a bit of momentum to the game.
Well, out of wire. 12. Today, 12 out.
6 off. 5-4, 10-9. No good so far. Stanek with King 10, 100k. To call, 12 bigs. Is he going to min raise? Is he going to shove? Is he going to fold? All options on the table. Makes it 3-10. Okay. Kind of committing himself, but if he does see like two players take some action, he will be out of there. Jack deuce for Oswald in the big blind. Would be way too wide to continue here versus a fairly strong range. Makes a good laydown. Chesney, Queen Jack, under the gun, 2.4 million. Makes a disciplined laydown. Twitch out, Thomas out, Stanek, Jack 8. Can't see Koenig's cards, of course. He's all in, 2.7 million. He's got, Tchaikovsky here in a tough spot. Ace 10. Got a couple of other short stacks. I think you're just going to have to lay this one down on a final table. Ooh. Quite a loose call here, considering ICM. And the fact that Koenig is jamming 2.7 million into stacks that cover him. So it's going to be a pretty strong hand most of the time. And it is ace-king. Yeah, so that's the issue that you have there is Tchaikovsky. Koenig was covered by the small and the big blind. So our ace 10 is going to be dominated quite a lot, I would imagine. Let's see what the flop brings. Oh, looks like we've frozen. Hopefully it comes back. Come on, stream. The suspense is killing us. Is this going to be the last hand of the day? Hey guys, apologies for the issues with the stream. We're going to be... Hey guys. Apologies for the issues with the stream. We're going to be back tomorrow with the final table. Just having some issues with the technology side of things. Going to be back tomorrow. Everything's going to be fresh and ready for the final 8. Look forward to seeing you there for the Spade Poker final day of the main event. Bye bye.